Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, distinguished delegates, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of our parliamentary symposium. Before we officially commence today's session, I would like to brief you on a few housekeeping notes for the day. Breakfast is available at Tier 1 Banquet Hall. Feel free to enjoy after you have registered for today's program. You are advised to always put your mobile phones and electronic devices on silent mode throughout the program. Please be informed that a QR code will be displayed on the screen at the conclusion of today's program, and we kindly request your feedback for today's session. Thank you for your patience and kindly take your seats.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of our Parliamentary Symposium. Before we officially commence today's sessions, I would like to brief you on a few housekeeping notes for the day. Breakfast is available at Tier 1 Banquet Hall. Feel free to enjoy after you have registered for today's program. You are advised to always put your mobile phones and electronic devices on silent mode throughout the program. Please also be informed that a QR code will be displayed on the screen at the conclusion of today's program. We kindly request your feedback for today's sessions. Thank you for your patience. Kindly take your seats because we will be starting shortly.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting shortly. We'd like to invite all guests and those at the back and those at the booth to kindly take your seats. Welcome to the first day of the symposium. Now, before we officially commence today's session, allow me to give you a little brief of today's proceedings and some housekeeping notes. Breakfast is currently served at Tier 1 of the banquet hall, so please feel free to enjoy after you've registered for today's event. You're also advised to keep your phones and mobile devices in silent mode or switched off as we continue with today's proceedings. Also, please kindly be informed that at the end of today, there will be a QR code that will be shared on screen. Kindly whip out your mobile phones and we request your feedback on today's session. And for those who are here early, thank you for your patience. We will be starting in a few minutes.
thought he just came here and then told me to stand back so that he can go on.
Saya cakap, kenapa yang children duduk asing-asing tak sama? It was when I invited some of them together.
Mana children ni?
All the MPs are on the right.
As in macam
Sampai dah.
bit behind schedule lah. Kiranya a bit behind schedule lah.
This is very normal. MPs are from different acara. So my last day usually when I come in, I thought is penuh sikit lah but it's not personal sangat kan. But this morning when I received some emails from the different MPs, they won't be able to come in the morning but they will come in and out. So one of the things that we updated them that it would be macam tips semua juga ada orang masuk. So that's why we took out the please be seated all times because they're not going to break. Unlikely sekarang they get called, they have meetings kan. Macam lagi kat sini orang tak panik ke? take picture. Ni aku cari list pertama. Yang
It's your lead.
atau ini kan kotak dah I use the tentative.
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Honorable Yo Bi Yin, Chairperson of Select Committee on Women, Children, and the Community Development Member of Parliament for Puchong, accompanied by His Excellency Jacques Werner, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Malaysia, and esteemed guest of honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Before we begin today's procession, kindly allow me to welcome Mr. Ahmad Azim bin Muhammad to recite the prayers.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, we thank you for blessing us with knowledge, peace and the spirit of unity. As we gather today for this symposium, we seek your divine guidance and mercy. Bless this assembly with wisdom, empathy and fruitful discussions that will pave the way for a safer, brighter and more just future for all children. Ya Allah, you are Al-Haq, the absolute truth. Grant wisdom and foresight to our lawmakers, legal experts, and all distinguished guests present. Guide their minds and hearts as they deliberate on legislative reforms, ensuring that our law firmly uphold the dignity, rights, and well-being of every child. Ya Allah, unite our voices and efforts across nation and sectors so that we may build a comprehensive legal framework that nurtures and empowers the generation of tomorrow. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار آمين يا رب العالمين.
Thank you to Mr. Ahmad Azim for the recitation of prayers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome you to the Symposium on Children's Right Legislative Reform, the Child Act 2001, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC Good Practices. My name is Aidin Asfer.
And I'm Nadia Abdulatif.
And we will be your hosts for today. Distinguished delegates, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's program is designed to establish our foundational framework, blending international standards with our current legislative landscape. We have an intensive lineup divided into 6 key sessions. This morning, following our opening ceremonies and keynote addresses, we will commence with session 1, where Ms. Shamila Sekaran will introduce us to the workshop goals and child rights within the parliamentary structure. This will be followed by session 2, featuring Dr. Mikiko Otani, who will provide a comprehensive background on the CRC framework. And we will round out the morning with session 3, exploring the key elements of child right-based approaches to legislative reform, led by Professor Dr. Ton Leofart and Ms. Rehana Dole.
Following our lunch break, we'll resume our afternoon sessions. Now, session 4 will be a panel discussion moderated by Ms. Melissa Akhir, examining progressive legal cases regarding children's access to justice, featuring a distinguished panel including former Chief Justice of Malaysia, Yang Mulia Tun Tengku Maimun Tuan Mat. And next, in session 5, we have Dr. Mikiko Otani, who will return to guide us through the process of conducting comprehensive legislative reform. Now, finally, we will conclude today's proceedings with session 6, a critical look at Malaysia's current status and a follow-up of assessment at the CRC, highlighting the specific laws that need to be improved. So this session will feature Yang Berusaha Dr. Farhani Nidusuki and Yang Berbahagia Dr. Tiago Ganesan.
And at the end of the day, we will have a brief outlook on tomorrow's schedule before we conclude day 1. Distinguished guests, we have an incredibly enriching day of discourse ahead of us. Without further delay, let us begin.
Therefore, it is without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Jacques Werner, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Malaysia, to deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed members of Parliament, distinguished guests, welcome to the Symposium on the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It's a true honor to stand here before you and deliver a few opening remarks on this important topic. In the Netherlands, we try to take the well-being of our future generation very serious. We foster this, for example, through a dedicated children's ombudsman, civil society organizations functioning as watchdogs, and academia putting forth advanced research on children's rights, of which some researchers are present here today, all the way from Leiden University, where I also happen to have been academically built in a very modest way. We are proud to see this dedication reflected also in the happiness of our youth. According to the UNICEF study, the Netherlands ranks first in child well-being. But we do not live in a time where we can be complacent. And I would like to start this symposium with a quote from the 1924 Geneva Declaration of the Rights of the Child that I believe encapsulates the purpose of this gathering. Mankind owes to the child the best that it has to give, unquote. Today, this is more relevant than ever. We're dealing with the impacts of wars, rising prices on essential items like gas and food, disaster risks, and climate change. And it's our children that are often disproportionately impacted by these challenges. So we must come together to protect the future of our nations. And a just and fair society is apparent by how they treat their youngest and most vulnerable members. Children's rights cannot be seen as standalone affair. Young people need a government that plans ahead and takes holistic approaches to integrate the youth strategy in all their departments. It's our responsibility to ensure that the foundations are there for young people to be able to reach their full potential in a safe and supported manner. But to do this effectively, we must do it with them, not without them, about them. It's time that we look inwards and at how we treat and consider youth in our laws and policies. Children must, much like us boring grown-ups, are agents in their own wants and needs. And in order to set up the right conditions for children to thrive, we should recognize them as right holders in the first place. This means creating an environment in which their voices are listened to and are given due weight in decisions that affect them. It requires a move away from symbolic acts of child participation and to avenues in which children are systematically listened to. From identifying priorities and setting the agenda to effective implementation, young people should be involved in open consultations every step of the way. It calls for us adults to step back in assuming that we know better. Although, obviously, this is a very hard task for us as parents, but an important one nonetheless. Children's rights are a complex and sensitive field. Effective contributions require meticulous research and comprehensive exchange of dialogues. So, I truly hope that this symposium can facilitate bringing forth critical perspectives on how we can ensure an added value to the rights of the children and create a better world for them. Thank you for taking the time out of your days and to engage with us on this important matter and with each other on this important matter. And I wish you an insightful collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may return to your seat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps it's a fun fact that not everyone knows, but the population of the Netherlands is approximately more than 18 million as at 2026. And the number of children in Malaysia is over 9 million, approximately over 18.45% of our population. That makes half of the population of Netherlands are actually youth and children in Malaysia. Aiden?
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to call upon the Honorable Yo Bee Yin, Chairperson of Select Committee on Women, Children and Community Development, Member of Parliament for Puchong, to deliver her officiating remarks. You have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency Jack Zwerner, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, The Honourable Puan Rozia binti Ismail, Chairman of APPGM for Child Rights and Vice Chairperson of our Select Committee, Women, Children and Community Development. And I believe that Puan Rozia is one of the biggest voices, best advocate for children in the Parliament of Malaysia. An Honourable Member of Parliament, Senators, distinguished guests, experts from Malaysia and around the world, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's good to see all of you again, and it's good to see Dr. Farah again. So long, have not seen you. But Dr. Farah is also one of the experts and always fierce advocate for children's rights for the Parliament of Malaysia. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Parliament of Malaysia. And I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Jack Werner and the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands for their generosity in making this symposium possible. Let us give them a round of applause. I also want to express my sincere appreciation to APPGM on children's rights, Suhakam, and our brilliant legal experts, child rights advocates, for putting all this together. I think this is a very, very good step towards protecting children. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who know me and some of you who follow my social media will know that I've recently been promoted. I went from being a mother of 3 straight to a mother of 5. So sometimes, so before I had children, I think children's right is a part of policies, but after I have children, children's right is so much more close to my heart. I think that same goes to many of the parents' heart who have children. And they want their children, and all of us want our children to grow up in a nation whereby their rights are protected, they are safe, and they can grow to their fullest potential. And that is the reason why we are here today. And of course, not only our child that bear our name and DNA, but also to the child who actually are voiceless, who are staying in maybe a low-cost flat in Puchong, or maybe deepest in a rural area, in Orang Asli Kampung, in Sarawak, or in Pahang. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are discussing on different things, whether our country is a country that built for children. As just now what the MC have said, give us a statistics, 9 million. Our population is about 32 to 34, depending on the statistics. But 9 million, that means a quarter, every 4 person in Malaysia, one of them is a child. But if you look at the discussion in the parliament, do we allocate 25% of our time talking about their welfare and development and their health and their education? No. Perhaps maybe 1% or maybe 2%, I'm not sure about Puan Rozia. Yeah, around. So we do not, as a parliament, we do not discuss enough. Maybe our MPs here and senators here, something for us to change. That we should discuss enough for our children. Because these children are going to grow up and they are going to inherit this land. And we are going to pass on our baton to them. And if they grow up in a place where it is unequal, or their hurts or their hurts are not remedied, their mistakes are being taken just from the face value instead of what is inside their heart, then we actually shortchange them. So today we have a long, I think 2 days. This is going to be a long discussion, but I'm hoping that what we come out of it is that pocketbooks, a guidance for policymakers. We are going to, the APPGM is going to launch a pocketbooks at the end of this symposium. And these pocketbooks, I'm sure our select committee is going to take it very seriously and advocate the policies in Parliament. But I also hope that this pocketbook can also be spread and be shared to all the policymakers from parliament to the states, even to the local level, that we will know what are the things that that we should fight for our children and their right. We are going to ask this symposium, you are going to be asked a very difficult, uncomfortable questions. For example, are laws truly child-centered? Do they reflect the raw realities of children currently facing abuse, neglect, exploitation, poverty, statelessness, discrimination, or a total lack of essential services? Can an Orang Asli child in a remote village or a child from a low-income flat in Puchong seek justice safely, accessibly, and with their dignity completely intact? Are institutions genuinely prepared to listen and act decisively the very moment a right is violated? The question that all of us today are adults here, the questions that we ask, and just now His Excellency has pointed out very correctly, is that we as an adult, some of us are parents, some of you are grandparents now, we always think that we know best. We always tell the children, do this, obey us, follow the rule because it is good for you. And we have never explained why, and many of us fail to listen to them. So hopefully today and tomorrow we will discuss a way, how do we systematically listen and take their views into consideration, also take their dignity into consideration. Many of us have forgotten our children actually are individual with dignity. I have many young children, so we change their diapers, we shower for them and all of that. Sometimes we forget they too will feel embarrassed. They too want to be respected. They too want to have their views being taken seriously. So I hope that we will discuss a system whereby their dignity and their view are being respected. The other thing that I hope that as the symposium goes on and you discuss, that we must understand that something that we see, there is a structural reality with it. A child without documentation, Orang Asli child that, they postpone they don't have a registration, not in time to register, therefore don't have IC, isn't just missing paper. They are locked out from the classroom. They don't have IC, means they don't have basic health care. Even if they are violated and abused, their access to legal system will also be shortchanged. A child who survived violence does not need just a legal file open. They require an integrated network of medical care, of support, of forensic counseling, a safe housing, and a long-term assistance. So we need to ask ourselves, are we giving that comprehensive system or just a piecemeal one? So I believe these 2 days are a very meaningful one. I must admit that as a policymaker and a politician, sometimes what we discuss today may not bear fruit in half a year to come, or even a year. For people like Dr. Farah and Sohakam and some of you of the child rights NGO, you know how difficult it is to advocate for policies. I must tell you, even as MPs, it's also difficult. Something that we want to change, something whenever we talk, we need to talk many times for that to happen. But I hope that we do not give up doing discussion. We do not give up talking. That we do not give up standing up for the voiceless children. And that we will continue on our discussion, that we will make it systematic, make advocacy for policy systematic, so we can one day make the country a better place, slowly but surely, that this will be a safe and a good place for our children to grow up. When our children grow up meaningfully, safely, and when they are hurt and when they are violated, if they get their justice and help and empathy from the adult and the system, I am sure we can build not only a prosperous country, but a caring one as well. I would like to end my speech with the quote that I really like from Mahatma Gandhi. He says this, he says, the greatness of a nation is measured by how it treats its weakest members. The greatness of this country is measured by how we treat our youngest children. With that, I hope and I wish you to have a very fruitful 2-day symposium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Honorable YB Yobiyin. YB, as a sign of solidarity, you said stand up. We had the youth standing up earlier. Can we have you standing up again? So you said 1/4 of society represented in Malaysia by children. We are also here today represented by representatives of children and youth from various different backgrounds. We also have amazing youth on the other side as well. So YB mentioned structural realities, access to legal systems and infrastructures, integrated and comprehensive network and support. And of course, not just tokenistic, but meaningful change. Thank you, YB, for really setting the tone today. You started with a Gandhi quote. We are responding with a Gandhi quote. Let's all be the change we wish to see in the world today. Aiden?
With that, we have concluded to our opening ceremony. Before we commence our first official session of the day, we will take a short recess for refreshments, which are now available at Tier 1 Banquet Hall. May I kindly remind all distinguished guests and delegates to return to your seats by 10:20 a.m., as Session 1 will begin promptly at 10:25 a.m. Thank you.
Would you like? Right, we have a suggestion by YB Rosia. All right, since we're ahead of time and the guests here are very efficient indeed, we would like to invite you to have a group photo while everybody's still looking fresh and energetic. So please stand up. Come to the center. We've got some professional photographers who are ready to take photos of everyone. For those who are at the booths, if you could save maybe a minute or two to come down and join the rest, we can have a group photo with everyone. All right, we have a few more people at the back. Can I invite those at the back to come in front, please? May I kindly request everyone to squeeze to the center a little bit more so we can get everyone in? Nice tight shots. Show us your best side. Miss, can I kindly ask you to come forward? All right, big smiles, everyone. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for that. We're going for a quick break at Tier 1. Please be back here by 10:20 as we will be starting promptly at 10:25. Thank you very much. you? Thank you so much for coming to. Can I introduce you? This is my boss for today.
Nice to see
His name is Aiden. Yeah, so throughout the day we will be having different youth featured. So first half is Aiden, second half is Cherry, and then tomorrow we have 3 other youth. So after I met you that day and I said we were doing the interview, we were coaching this amazing young future leaders who are already leaders in their own right, in their own circle. So I was telling them we need more young MPs to hopefully join in future. Yeah. Yes. Yes. There are quite a few of them. I will probably introduce you to some of them who are very wired towards the environment. Some of them are here. So if we meet during break, I'll tell you. Oh, right now? Okay. Can we do a picture with you and the MC? Yeah. Hi, Azina.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention for... May I kindly ask everyone to have their seats taken as we're about to begin our next session in just a minute. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We will begin now.
Welcome back, distinguished delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, We will now commence the first session of our symposium titled Introduction to the Workshop and Child Rights in the Parliament Structure. Leading our session is Ms. Sharmila Sekaran, Secretariat for the APPGM on Children's Rights and co-founder of Voice of the Children.
Now, before we begin, allow me to introduce our speaker and dear friend, an advocate and a solicitor with over 20 years of experience spanning litigation, corporate governance, and public policy reform. She is the co-founder of Voice of the Children. She currently serves as a co-lead of the Secretariat for the All-Party Parliamentary Group Malaysia on Child Rights, or better known as the APPGM-CR. It's a mouthful. And as well, where she works closely at the intersection of legal practice and national policy engagement. As a brief reminder to our esteemed speakers and panelists, we have a countdown timer that will be visible on screen to help us manage our time for the day, as we have heavy engagement with interesting topics today. So we kindly ask you to ensure that we follow time to have a seamless flow of today's engagement. Of course, we kindly ask for your cooperation as well when we open for interjections later in the day to keep your name and your question succinct, so we'll be able to engage as many people as possible. Ms. Sekaran, over to you. "20 minutes is yours."
Thank you very much, Nadia and your co-MC. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Berhormat, members of Parliament, a special mention to Member of Parliament from Ampang, YB Rodzia. Thank you so much for your support throughout this time for the APPGM CR. Distinguished guests, our esteemed representatives from civil society and academic institutions, our most wonderful speakers who've flown in specially this week to attend this session and to share their knowledge with us. Dear advocates, practitioners, friends of children, and most importantly, to the young people, the youth, and the children among us today, a very warm welcome. Selamat Sejahtera. It is a profound honor to stand before you today within these very walls of the Parliament of Malaysia, a building that is more than stone and mortar, but a living symbol of the democratic will of the people of Malaysia. It is deeply fitting that we gather here to speak about those who cannot yet vote, who cannot yet advocate for themselves, our children. The children of today are the leaders of tomorrow. This is not merely a proverb, it is a constitutional and moral obligation, and it binds each one of us in this room. Malaysia ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1995, and for 30 years we have carried that commitment. The Child Act 2001 gave domestic legal reform to many of those obligations. Yet, here we are today, and we must ask ourselves honestly, have we done enough? Have we done enough for the children who live in this wonderful country of ours? This symposium, convened by the All-Party Parliamentary Group Malaysia on Children's Rights, the APPGM-CR, with the most wonderful support of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Women, Children and Community Development and the Speaker's Office, is a testament to our collective resolve to revisit, reassess, and reform. It's a recognition that legislation, however well-intentioned, must evolve alongside the society it serves. My role today is twofold. First, to introduce and frame this workshop, its purpose, its structure, and what we hope to achieve together. And second, to speak about where children's rights sits within Malaysia's parliamentary architecture and how we can strengthen that position. This symposium is not a ceremonial event. It is a working session, a workshop in the truest sense of the word, where we roll our sleeves up examine the evidence, hear from practitioners and policymakers, and produce actionable recommendations. Our objectives today are clear: to critically examine the Child Act of 2001, its strengths, its gaps, and the areas where it had failed to keep pace with the evolving needs of Malaysian children, to benchmark our legislative framework against the standards and principles of the CRC, drawing on international best practices that other nations have successfully implemented, to foster genuine dialogue between parliamentarians, civil society, academia, legal practitioners, government agencies, and most importantly, the voices of our youth, to produce a set of legislative reform recommendations that the APPGM on children's rights and the Parliament of Malaysia can take forward with conviction. But why is legislative reform so urgent? Let us consider these realities. Malaysia has an estimated 7.5 million children under the age of 18. They represent nearly a quarter of our national population. Every policy decision made in this parliament on education, on health, on housing, digitalization, climate change, all touch the lives of our children, and often more profoundly than it touches ours as adults. Yet the Child Act of 2001, for all its merit, was crafted in a different era. It predates the social media age. It predates the mental health crisis among Malaysian youth. It predates COVID-19 pandemics, which revealed with brutal clarity the inequalities faced by our most vulnerable children, those in the B40 households, those with disabilities, those in stateless communities, and those caught in the child protection system. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, in its periodic reviews of Malaysia, has consistently flagged areas of concern: the minimum age of criminal responsibility, protections for children who have migrated from conflict zones, as well as irregular migration, gaps in the child participation mechanisms, and the need to enshrine the best interests of the child as primary consideration across all legislation and state action. We're not here to assign blame. We are here to build together as Malaysians. Over the course of this symposium today and tomorrow, you will engage with a carefully curated program. We begin with scene-setting keynotes, followed by thematic panel discussions focusing on specific dimensions of the Child Act: child protection, the justice system, education rights, and child participation. There will be facilitated breakout group sessions designed to surface the most pressing recommendations from your collective expertise. We will hear from legal experts, social workers, child psychologists, CSO representatives, and importantly, we will hear from the young people themselves. Their voices are not decoration. They are data. They are the evidence we need most. I urge every participant today to engage with honesty, sincerity, and curiosity. Come prepared to challenge. Come prepared to be challenged. The most important outcome will emerge not from the prepared speeches, but the conversations we have in between. The Parliament of Malaysia is the supreme legislative body of our nation, comprising the Dewan Rakyat, Dewan Negara, and the Yang di-Pertuan Agong. It is where laws are made, scrutinized, and passed. It is also the arena where public accountability is exercised, where ministries are questioned, budgets are interrogated, and policies are debated. It is within this structure that children's rights must find their place, not as a footnote in social welfare debates, but as a cross-cutting, mainstreamed concern embedded in every legislative domain. Education law affects children, employment law, affects children. Immigration law affects stateless children and migrant children. Healthcare legislation affects children with disabilities. Environmental law affects the children who will inherit the consequences of the decisions we make today. The challenge and the opportunity is to build mechanisms within Parliament that ensure children's rights are never an afterthought. This brings me to the role and impact of the APPGM on children's rights, which has on the topic of children's rights and is a beacon of what cross-partisan commitment to a shared cause looks like. APPGs are informal cross-party groups of members of Parliament and senators who come together around a specific issue of shared concern. They have no official legislative power of their own, but their moral and political influence is significant. They set agendas, they build coalitions, they produce reports that shape policy, and they hold governments to account in a way that transcends party lines. The APPGM on children's rights stands as evidence that when it comes to our children, party allegiance must yield to shared humanity. I commend every parliamentarian, every state assemblyman, every senator in this room from across the political spectrum who has lent their name and energy to this cause. We have parliamentary tools available to us, and we must see how we can deploy them most effectively for our children. Parliamentary questions, oral and written in the Dewan Rakyat and Dewan Negara, are among the most immediate tools for accountability. Members of Parliament should use parliamentary questions to regularly demand data on child welfare. For example, child poverty rates, school dropout rates, cases before the Sharia and civil courts involving children, outcomes for children in care. What gets questioned in Parliament gets monitored. We have select committees, parliamentary select committees, which have the power to scrutinize legislation, examine government performance, and call witnesses. A dedicated or empowered select committee with child rights mandate can conduct meaningful inquiries, such as into child trafficking, educational access for children with special needs, and the like. Their reports carry weight and drive return. Budget scrutiny is also an important area. The annual budget is the most powerful policy document in the Parliament, which the parliamentary group considers. We must advocate for child-sensitive budgeting, the systematic analysis of how budget allocations affect children with disaggregated data for the most marginalized. Private members' bills within the Malaysian context represent an important legislative avenue. There is scope for APPGM members and child rights advocates to explore this avenue for targeted legislative amendments. Having participated in some of the legislative drafting in the past, we are ready to assist here too. Perhaps the most importantly, parliamentarians can champion the adoption of CRC compliance, the Convention of the Rights compliance checklist, in the legislative drafting process. Every bill tabled in Parliament should be assessed. Does it serve the best interest of the child? Does it uphold non-discrimination? Does it protect children's rights to survival and development? Does it respect the child's right to be heard? Malaysia has an existing institutional structure that touches the rights of children. The Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, and within it, the Children's Department, the Departments of Social Welfare, the National Council for Children, and also not forgetting the Office of the Child Commissioners. These are important pillars. But let us be considered as to what is missing or inadequate. Malaysia has yet to establish an independent Children's Commissioner or Children's Ombudsman, an office with the mandate, resources, and independence to monitor children's rights, receive complaints, conduct investigations, and report directly to Parliament. This remains a critical gap. The participation of children and young people in policy processes remains largely tokenistic. We must move beyond consultative window dressing towards genuine, structured youth participation in parliamentary hearings, in policy design, and in program evaluations. We must ensure that all children, not just a special few, have the opportunity to participate in conversations affecting them. Data collection on child rights outcomes is fragmented across agencies. A centralized, disaggregated national database on child welfare, accessible to Parliament for scrutiny, is long overdue. But we are not alone on this journey. Nations around the world have grappled with the same challenges of translating the Convention on the Rights of the Child and its 4 core principles of non-discrimination, best interest of the child, right to life and development, and participation into living law and practice. And many have found creative, effective solutions. New Zealand, for example, has established an independent children's commissioner in 1989, the very same year that the CRC was adopted, and they have continually strengthened this role. Their Children and Young People's Commission now has wide-ranging powers of inquiry and a direct reporting line to Parliament. Sweden has incorporated the Convention on the Rights of the Child directly into domestic law, requiring all public authorities to apply the Convention when making decisions affecting children. This creates a culture of rights-based decision-making from the local council right up to the national parliament. The Philippines, closer to home, has a robust legal framework built around the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act, and has mainstreamed child rights across Parliament through the Council for Welfare of Children. Their experience offers directly transferable lessons for ASEAN contexts. These examples are not presented as a template to be mechanically copied, but as proof of what is possible when political will meets genuine commitment. Malaysia has its own legal traditions, the institutional capacity, and the civil society energy to achieve the same and to become regional model for child rights governance. So, distinguished guests, let me close my introductory remarks with a reflection. In our parliamentary debates, in our policy papers, in our budget speeches, children are often spoken of, but how often are they spoken for, and with genuine urgency? How often do we imagine concretely and specifically the child, some of whom are sitting here with us today, whose life will be shaped by the words we choose today in our parliament? Imagine the 10-year-old girl in rural Sabah community walking an hour each way to a school without clean water or functioning toilets. Imagine the stateless child born in Malaysia, invisible to the system, unable to access healthcare or education, dying on the streets because the parents can't afford the hospital deposit. Imagine the teenager navigating cyberbullying and online exploitation in a legal landscape not yet equipped to protect them. Imagine the child in the justice system who needs help and rehabilitation, not punishment. These are not hypothetical children. These are Malaysian children. These are our children. And they are watching in a way that children watch, and they're watching to see whether the adults in power will act on their behalf. Today is a step. This symposium is a step, and I want to thank everyone who took part, the APPG team, to organize this most important landmark symposium in Parliament. The reform of the Child Act, the strengthening of our parliamentary mechanisms, the building of bridges between legislators and those on the front line of child welfare. These are important steps, and steps taken together with purpose become progress. I call on every member of Parliament, on every senator, on every state assemblyman and woman. Use the tools Parliament has given you in service of children who cannot use those tools themselves. Raise questions, demand data, support legislation, champion the creation of an independent Children's Commission, and ensure that when this Parliament makes any law, the first question asked is, what does it mean for our children? I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the Child Rights team for organizing this important gathering, to the members of Parliament who gave your time and attention to this cause, to YB Rodzia and her team for standing behind us and supporting us all the way, to our partners from civil society, academia, international organizations, and the government agencies. Your expertise is the lifeblood of meaningful reform. And to all the young people here who are present, please know you are the reason we are here. Your rights are not a favor we bestow upon you. They are the obligations we are bound to fulfill. And on that note, I now formally declare the symposium open, and I invite all of you to engage wholeheartedly in the discussions ahead, and to carry the spirit of today's conversations into every chamber and every constituency you return to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shamila Sakaran. Now spoken so poignantly and eloquently, she calls for us to revisit, reassess, and reform what we mean and what we say about children. Very often they are spoken of, but not spoken for. Very strong words and sets the tone for today, Aiden. Now, going into our next agenda, our second session is entitled The CRC Framework, or the Child Rights Convention Framework, a Background. With that, it is our esteemed honor and privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Mikiko Otani.
Dr. Mikiko Otani is a dedicated family law practitioner, and she has been a distinguished member of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child since 2017. And has served as its chairperson from May 2021 to May 2023. With a career deeply rooted in international human rights, her work focuses extensively on human rights education, child participation, and the empowerment of the girl child, human trafficking, and access to justice. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Mikiko Otani onto the stage. Your allocated time is 30 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here to address you, estimate members of the Parliament, distinguished guests, and colleagues and friends from civil society, academia, and most importantly, children and young people. Today, I will talk about the CRC framework background, but I'd like to start with introducing the Committee on the Rights of the Child, which is already mentioned in several times. This is the treaty body established by the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Who are the committee? The committee is 18 individual experts elected by the 196 state parties to monitor the implementation of the CRC and OPAC and OPSC, two optional protocols, by their state parties. This is the photo of the current 18 members, and I'm not in this picture because I finished my membership serving in the committee for 8 years in February last year. Actually, this June, on 23rd of June, the state parties will get together in New York to elect 9 members to start their membership in 2027. And I'd like to congratulate and welcome the decision of the Malaysia to put forward the candidate for this very important committee. It's a wonderful decision because it is so important for this global body to monitor the implementation of the CRC, composed of the experts from various parts of the world, including, of course, Asia. So I very much would like to extend my wish to the candidate, my good friend and former member of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, nominated by Malaysia, Dr. Yasmin Mohammed Sharif, for her successful election in 2 weeks this month. So this Committee on the Rights of the Child was established by Article 43, Paragraph 1 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child for the purpose of examining the progress made by state parties. I'd like to emphasize by state parties in achieving the realization of the obligations undertaken in the present convention. There shall be established by the Committee on the Rights of the Child. For the purpose of monitoring the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child by state parties, the main work of the committee, next slide please. Before that, sorry, I think yes, thank you very much. So the main work of the committee, how to monitor most importantly, the review of the state parties report. So I'd like to emphasize this very timely gathering just after the examination by the committee, the Malaysian report in January this year. So the review of the state parties report is one of the main work of the committee. Secondly, I will not go into the discussion. I hope this topic will come sometime later, but secondly, individual communications and inquiries. This is also very important work for the committee. And general comments. The general comments means, based on the review of the state parties report, the committee identify the gaps in implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the 2 optional protocols and make the recommendations. Those recommendations are to help the state parties to effectively implement, filling the gap. These recommendations are country-specific. However, throughout the review of the 196 countries reports, the committee realized sometimes certain articles of the convention are not well understood by the many state parties, or some emerging issues are so important for the committee to address. So for that purpose, the committee from time to time adopts the documents, which are called general comments, long document, 20-page, and elaborate the certain article or the themes. In addition to those 3 main work of the committee also adopt and issue the statements or joint statements from time to time. This is much shorter and sometimes country-specific, but also theme-specific, addressing on certain important issues, not going through very lengthy adopting general comments procedure. So I'd like to introduce you this morning. The committee, together with the Interparliamentary Union, adopted and issued this joint statement on the role of parliaments in the implementation on the CRC and its optional protocols. This was issued in 2022. So it is so, it's such a pleasure to be invited to speak in this hall in the Parliament of Malaysia to talk about the importance of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, because this is exactly one of the areas the committee found that we need to engage more with the parliament members and advocate and talk about the importance of the parliament members in implementation on the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Here you will see the parliaments. So it is not only about the national parliaments, but also at the subnational levels, the parliaments play a very important role. So next slide, please. I show the same slide which I showed before, but this time with some highlight. I highlighted this part by state parties in achieving the realization of the obligations undertaken. You may know that the Convention on the Rights of the Child and 2 optional protocols, substantive optional protocols, were adopted by United Nations General Assembly. The adoption of the treaties itself not create legally binding powers on all the states. States voluntarily need to accept those legal obligations by ratification or accession. Once the state accept legal obligations, it meets the commitment to realize the obligations under the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So, in my view, the Convention on the Rights of the Child is a long document, actually. It has many provisions to specify all the individual rights, which will be talking later, how these specific rights interact with each other. But for me, Article 4 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, before going into the specific rights provisions, this is a very, very critical and important provision on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, because it says state parties shall undertake all appropriate legislative, administrative, and other measures for the implementation of the rights recognized in the present convention. I highlighted here again the word state parties, and also legislative, administrative, and other measures. This is my observations, not just as a committee member, but also somebody who comes from the CSO background, who had been working at the national level for the children's rights or women's rights. I come from Japan. From civil society side, very often the civil society tend to think that the governments are not doing enough, and we have to advocate for the governments. This is very, very true. But somehow we tend to not to give enough attention to the role of other bodies in the state parties. The convention says state parties. State parties meaning it's not just the government. To take legislative, administrative, and other measures, who do that? These are legislative bodies, administrative bodies, and judicial bodies. Who are they? Parliaments, governments as executive bodies, and courts. All three have the responsibilities to implement and realize the rights of the child under the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And of course, independent national human rights institutions play very important and unique role as an independent body, which is not a non-governmental organization. It is established by the law. However, it is independent. So this is how the child rights under the convention should be implemented. I introduced what the general comment is earlier, and there is one of the very important general comment adopted by the committee in 2003. This is about Article 4, general measures of implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Here, committee emphasized the importance of legislative measures. Because as we saw, Article 4 start saying that legislative, administrative, and other measures. Very often, the laws has to come first as a legal basis for any executive decisions or the programs, policies, as mentioned in our earlier speakers, the allocation of the budget, all come from law. So the committee said its experience in examining not only initial, but now second and third periodic reports under the convention suggests that the review process at the national level has in most cases been started, but needs to be more rigorous. And while it is important that this review process should be built into the machinery review process, meaning legislative review process, should be built into the machinery of the relevant government departments, it is also advantageous to have independent reviews by, for example, parliamentary committees and hearings, national human rights institutions, NGOs, academics, affected children and young people, and others. This is exactly what the gathering today means. So I really, from my bottom of heart, I'd like to congratulate and appreciate all the ideas, initiatives, and preparation by HGPM and all co-organizers for making this gathering today happen. General comment number 5 also said in paragraph 12, next slide please, the development of a children's rights perspectives throughout governments, parliament, and the judiciary. These are the three bodies for legislative, administrative, and judicial measures. It's required for effective implementation of the whole convention, and in particular in the light of the following articles of the convention, identified by the committee as general principles. General principles are also mentioned by Ms. Sekaran in the previous session, but I'd like to repeat here again. This is identified by the committee in the General Comment 5. Non-discrimination, Article 2, the obligation of the states to respect and ensure the rights set forth in the convention to each child within their jurisdiction without discrimination of any kind. This is so important because it's not only about the children with citizenship. This says each child within their jurisdiction, with or without the citizenship. The Convention on the Rights of the Child guarantees the right of the child for all children within the country. Best interest of the child, Article 3, paragraph 1, the best interest of the child as a primary consideration in all actions concerning the children. Right to life, survival, and development, Article 6, the child's inherent right to life and state parties' obligations to ensure to the maximum extent possible the survival of development of the child. And finally, respect for the views of the child, Article 12, the child's right to express his or her views freely in all matters affecting the child, those views being given due weight. So, next slide, please. I now go back to Article 3, paragraph 1, because this is very much relevant to the role of the parliament. In all actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, courts of law, administrative authorities, or legislative bodies, the best interest of the child shall be a primary consideration. How to systematically integrate this best interest of the child. The Child Rights Impact Assessment is the tool for the systematic application of this best interest of the child rights and principle in all legislative actions reforms. So I understand that this will be elaborated more in the other sections, so I will not go into the discussion, but I'd like to emphasize the child rights impact assessment actually comes from the Article 3, Paragraph 1, the best interest of the child rights and principle. And also, another point I'd like to emphasize here is the right of the child to be heard, Article 12. As I mentioned earlier, the best interest of the child and the right of the child to be heard are both identified by the committee as among general principles. However, these two articles and principles are so interlinked and interrelated, and also this presents the very unique rights guaranteed for the children under the Convention on the Rights of the Child. General comment number 12 of the committee, adopted in 2009 on the right of the child to be heard, said, "This is a unique provision in the Human Rights Treaty," which is true, reflecting the special status of the children. What does that mean? The committee explained it addresses the legal and the social status of children who, on the one hand, lack the full autonomy of adults, but on the other hand, are subject of rights. General comment number 14 on the right of the child to have his or her best interest taken as a primary consideration said this right of the child to be heard is the procedural safeguard of the best interest of the child. Because as very often adults tend to think this is the best interest of you. So we are talking about the children as rights holders, but very often who make decisions, even while talking about the best interest of the child, who decide best interest of the child and how to decide, very often perspectives are adults who make a decision. So the rights of the child to be heard, and not only be heard, but to have their views taken seriously, is the very important element for the realization and application of the best interest of the child, to make sure that because it is about the children, because it is about matters who affect the children, those children who will be affected by any decision concerning the children have to have say, and not only say, but their views need to be taken consideration seriously. Next slide, please. So the committee said the right of the child to be heard reflects special status of children. So I'd like to go back a little bit about the history of the children's rights. This morning, Ambassador of the Netherlands quoted the one phrase from the 1924 Geneva Declaration on the Rights of the Child, which says that we, as an international community and adults, owe the best to the children. It's interesting to look back a little bit about how the children's rights concept developed. It started, if you look at the left-hand side, this is the history of development of the children's rights. Well, back in 1924, starting from the Geneva Declaration. How we saw the children, we adults owe to the children, because the concept is very much focusing on the vulnerability of the children. United Nations adopted the Declaration of the Rights of the Child in 1959, 30 years before the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Though the title says the rights of the child, again, the focus is very much on the special protection and care for the children. And then 1989, the General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child, this time International Human Rights Treaty. By this Convention on the Rights of the Child, international community clearly recognized children as rights holders. Of course, children have the right to be protected and be given the care, but they are not those who receive such protection and care as beneficiary. They are the rights holders. They are the subjects of human rights. In the same way as all human beings. If you look at the right-hand side, the United Nations was established in 1945, and its human rights and promotion of human rights was recognized one of the three pillars of the UN work. And Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, said all human beings are equal and have rights. Everyone has the rights. However, children were recognized somebody who needs special care and protection. Two international covenants on civil political rights and economic, social, cultural rights, adopted in 1966, again, children were recognized as the group of people who need special protection. As I said, yes, children need special protection, but it doesn't mean that children are not the rights holders. So the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the importance of this convention is the clear recognition of the children as the rights holders. I think with that understanding of the history of the development of children's rights, we can understand better the importance of the best interest of the child and the right of the child to be heard as a very, very key, critical elements and factors of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. I go back to the general comment number 5 again. For the legislative actions, the right of the child to be heard is very important. It's not just a safeguard, only the safeguard for the best interest of the child. Here the committee explained why it is so important. This principle, which highlights the role of the child as an active participant in the promotion, protection, and the monitoring of his or her rights, applies equally to all measures adopted by states to implement the convention. And then the committee particularly mentioned about the special status of the children. Given that few states are yet have reduced the voting age below 18, there is all the more reasons to ensure respect for the views of underfranchised children in government and parliaments. If consultation is to be meaningful, documents as well as the process need to be made accessible, but appearing to listen to children is relatively unchallenging. Giving due weight to their views requires real change. Listening to children should not be seen as an end in itself, but rather as a means by which states make their interaction with children and their actions on behalf of children ever more sensitive to the implementation of children's rights. Next slide, please. This is my last slide for my presentation in this session. This is actually one part of the joint statement of the Committee on the Rights of the Child and Interparliamentary Union on the laws of the Parliament. I'd like to emphasize what the CRC Committee and IPU said in 2022. The purpose of this statement is to highlight the important role of the parliaments in promoting a child rights-based approach in legislative processes, drawing on their constitutional power to engage in the implementation of the convention.
promoting the participation of the children in decisions affecting them, and raising awareness of the general public, including children, states, parties, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders on the importance, instruments, and potential of parliaments in promoting and protecting children's rights. This is so important for us to have in our mind for these today and tomorrow's discussions. I have to say, somehow the role of the parliaments, important role of the parliaments in implementing the Convention on the Rights of the Child has not been given the enough attention. The committee already mentioned the legislative bodies and legislative measures are so important under Article 4. It was said in general comment in 2003, but 2 decades later, the committee still realized that yet the importance, critical importance of the parliament is not yet fully understood. So this is how the committee, together with Interparliamentary Union, decided to address specifically the importance of the parliament. And this is the challenge I have seen sitting in the Committee on the Rights of the Child for 8 years. It is not easy. I'm very happy that this was emphasized in our Honorable Yao Bi Yin this morning. It is not easy, and particularly because I have seen that in many countries, the harmonization of all domestic legislation with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, how to harmonize domestic legislations, having the Constitution as the highest law of the country and international treaties such as the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It is not easy for many countries. So the Parliament has a unique role here in harmonizing those national legislation and Convention on the Rights of the Child. Of course, with initiatives or the requests from the governments or the civil society, but who has that power? Actually, the Parliament, given that special power by the constitutions. So I really hope that these 2 days discussion will help the Parliament of Malaysia to really take very positive steps for the comprehensive review of the legislation of Malaysia in harmonization with the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And my session, this too, talks about the CRC framework, a background. I would like to emphasize as my concluding statement. It is a beauty because the Convention on the Rights of the Child is most widely ratified by 196 countries, and the committee, through reviewing the all state parties, see the challenges, very often common challenges, but also good practices. So having the Convention on the Rights of the Child as a framework for the legislative review of the Malaysia, you can benefit hearing from the committee members or the other neighboring countries or Europe or other regions of the world who all strive trying to implement and realize the legal obligations of the state parties under the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So I wish all the participants having the successful discussions today and tomorrow. And thank you very much for your listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Utami, for that insightful session. Definitely, when we talk about the 4 guiding principles of the UNCRC, we're not only talking about just pure survival, we're also talking about the protection of our children, the development of our children, the participation of the children, the non-discrimination of our children, and of course, everything that we do in the best interest of the child. So thank you so much for putting that front and center. I also want to acknowledge our amazing sign language interpreters who have been sitting there for the last 30 minutes interpreting everything that has been mentioned. And I can tell you, watching them the whole 20 minutes, it is no small feat. If you're interested to know what the sign language is for rights, for UNCRC, for laws, for responsibility, kindly find them during the break for them to give you a crash course lesson on sign language and the UNCRC. Now with that, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us closely to the question and answer session. We want to hear from you. We would like to invite both the young and the young at heart. Those that have questions, there is a mic in the middle of the banquet hall. Kindly come to the middle if you have a question. We also have representatives from the Secretariat today holding their mics to be able to come to you should you not be able to come to the middle. Now, a quick announcement. You are most welcome to ask your questions in Bahasa Melayu or in English or in sign language, as we will be able to help as best we can. At the same time, please ensure that you mention your name and the organization that you are from, and keep your questions succinct and prompt. If you can, that will help us to navigate the session. Dr. Utami, unfortunately, we would have to invite you to remain on stage, so you're front and center for this session. Okay, I would like to draw the session to an open. Can we have a show of hands or someone who'd like to come to the middle? Okay. Sure. Our senators or members of parliament, if anyone is interested to ask a question. Okay, we have the first question.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kasturi. My question is on the position or the influence of the constitutional monarchy when it comes to talking about child rights and matters that can overlap on religion, culture, caste, class, and economy. Malaysia has a constitutional monarchy system, and the Council of Rulers have a great say in constitutional amendments, particularly when it comes to citizenship that affects stateless children. Japan has a constitutional monarchy too. So I'd like to learn from what were the challenges that you have faced and how can Malaysia move forward on this aspect, particularly on the position of the constitutional monarchy and the rights of children. Thank you.
Dr. Utami?
Thank you very much for the questions. Yes, this is one of the challenges. And I want to share my experience from Japan. Actually, by profession, I am a practicing lawyer in Japan. So I went through the legal education in the university in Japan, the law department. And some of the provisions of the Constitution of Japan say Japanese citizens have certain rights. And so one of the issues and the questions we law students need to prepare to take the bar examination was the question whether the human rights under the Constitution of Japan apply to non-citizen people in Japan. So this is still the big issue in Japan, and there are many court cases and jurisprudence which are not fully appreciated, by the way, by the civil society, because it's still very restrictive. Because the Constitution says that the Japanese citizens have human rights, so of course the debate is no, it is not extended to the non-citizens. So this is the argument and the discussion under the Constitution. When I first learned about international human rights treaties, I was so struck by learning that international human rights law has a very different perspective, because the Constitution starts from the national citizens, and this is for the country, right? However, what I learned as a young lawyer about international human rights law, previously the human rights were considered to be just a matter for the country's discretion, and it's domestic matters. So some countries have a very high standards of human rights under the Constitution. Other states, countries don't have the same level. So it was the matter for the decision by the country. However, the United Nations establishment changed this perspective. Now the human rights is not just something every country can decide, but this is a matter of the concern for the whole international community. To make our world peace, we have to start within the country. So this is the concept of the international human rights. So wherever you are born, whichever country you are born, everyone has to have the same human rights recognized by the international human rights law. So this is the concept of the United Nations Charter and the UDHR, Universal Declaration on Human Rights. So now the shift is not so much whether this person is the citizen of this country or not, but the state being a party, being a member of the member states of the United Nations, and being a state party by ratification of the international human rights treaties, the states accept the same human rights for all the persons living within their countries. So this is what I learned, and I was so impressed and struck. And this kind of perspective we need to bring in. But again, however, it's not so easy how to harmonize this concept of international human rights. The Convention on the Rights of the Child is part of international human rights law. But on the other hand, constitutions are the highest law. So from Japan, I cannot share the good example. Unfortunately, we are still struggling to convince our parliament members and also the judges of the Supreme Court these human rights, international human rights, or human rights guaranteed by the international human rights law actually apply to all the human beings within the countries. So what I can suggest, there is no clear solution. And as I said, we are still in the process of trying to convince our parliaments and the judges to accept this concept that all human beings, irrespective of their citizenship, are eligible to enjoy all the human rights. But we can exchange our discussions and perspectives, although religion is not so much part of our discussion in the country. But as I said, this Convention on the Rights of the Child has 196 countries, state parties. So some of the countries who have the common challenges can share the experience and decisions or the discussions to find a way how to go around this a little bit seemingly conflicting. However, there should be the way to go. So this is my response. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tami. We have another question.
Hello, my name is Asha. I'm from the Malaysian Association of Social Workers. In Malaysia, the social work profession it's been a struggle to have it recognized as a profession, and the government this administration has been very proactive in bringing forward a bill to recognize the social work profession. Unfortunately, we understand that there is some challenges to including the the public officers who carry the legal authority for child protection in this country to be included in the bill. And so I asked Dr. Otani if in other countries it would mean basically in Malaysia we have a divided profession between the non-public side who are mandatorily required to register under the proposed bill, and the public side who apparently only have voluntary, they just, may voluntarily register under the bill. So this would lead to a divided profession in social work. And I wonder if Dr. Otani has come across models or examples in her experience globally, whether such a divided profession has worked towards ensuring child rights and child protection in those countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very important question about the role of social workers. I don't have a clear answer specifically to address your question, very important question. However, I wanted to say in the review of the many country reports by the committee recognized this is actually one of the area of challenges, because very often the committee makes a recommendation to the state parties to strengthen the profession such as social workers, because it is such a critical area of profession for the protection of the children. Just as an example, very often the social workers are important for protection of the children from violence and also in alternative care. But another example, the committee makes a recommendation to raise the minimum age for criminal responsibilities. So what will happen to those children who are under the minimum age of criminal responsibility? So they need to also be cared, and they are treated in a proper way. So here again, the social workers' role comes in. And for the immigration, migrant children and adoption, many areas actually require very professional social workers. But the observation of the committee is in many countries, the special social workers profession is not yet sufficient in terms of number and also the recognition of their professional role. And so I'm afraid that I don't have a clear example specifically relevant to your questions. However, this is the important area, and I think, again, the sharing the experience and the discussion is very important. I am not myself from social work background, so I hope that this kind of questions, what are the examples and experiences in other countries should be shared more, and I hope that you can find some hint or some good discussion about the role and as you said, division of the profession which is happening or which will happen, and your concern about this in Malaysia. I'm sorry for not having the particular answer to your questions, but I really would like to encourage your being connected to the group of social workers in other countries to learn more about what is a trend and what is a good practices, and if there is a similar examples or concerns and how they are addressed and overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, sir.
We have two ladies earlier on, so I'm the gentleman try to raise the same issue when it comes to the children's rights. Okay, as mentioned by the earlier, my name is OIB Senator Pele. I'm from the Upper House, Parliament of Malaysia. Okay, as mentioned by the speaker earlier on that Malaysia yet to have a children ombudsman. Okay. And then, but we do have the Child's Act 2001, but long overdue to be, to be amended, to be improved. And we have the Convention on the Right of the Child, Good Practices, that we are adopting, is it right? In Malaysia, we are adopting it. And then, as a result, I would like to know if it is not covered in these 2 days symposium, what actually the progress of Malaysia adopting the obligation undertaken under this present convention? Do you have any data to show at least it's an indicator for us to move forward, to push hard, to push harder for this, what they call it, our Child's Act 2008 to be amended and to be improved? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'm afraid that I'm in the position to answer your questions sufficiently. I wanted to say that the Malaysia's report was reviewed by the Committee on the Rights of the Child in January this year. And as I said, I was not in that committee when the Malaysia was reviewed. So the review of the country reports is not just to pinpoint the gaps, but it is also the opportunity for the committee to learn about the progress made by the state parties since the last review. So I guess that a government state parties report presented the progress made over the years, and however, the committee's review is very much limited in the length, so it's just 6 hours. So very much often the committee tends to focus on the gaps and challenges rather than the progress. So I myself want to hear what kind of progress is made, and because very often we tend to think about the challenges and gaps. But coming from Japan, I have to say honestly, I have seen many good things happening in Malaysia. And one of the things is that Children's Commissioner, I learned that independence and also the inquiry procedure or the power to directly hear from the children or make investigations and directly report to the parliament are still the challenges I learned. However, having the Children's Commissioner itself is a progress in my view. And it's not easy, and I'm sorry, I may be a bad example coming from Japan. Japan yet doesn't have the Human Rights Commission. Japan hasn't have the Children's Commissioner. So there are a lot of obstacles to establish the Human Rights Commission or the Children's Commissioner. So those countries who do not have such mechanism yet want to learn how it was possible, at least with still challenging elements, but we have to go one step by one step. And full realization of the convention doesn't happen overnight, so we have to start from this step and the next step. And also that is why I think it is so important to share the progress side, not just the challenging side. So I'm sorry, again, I'm only apologizing again and again, but I'm not in the position to share with you what are the progress in Malaysia. I want to hear from you, and I'd like to encourage you to build on the progress already made, but go a step further, build on that progress made, and with the recommendation from the committee, which find some still remaining the gaps and the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Utami. To the question of YB Senator Pele, Sharmila, would you like to add on the report that was shared by the APPGM on status of the children, including the report that was created by the children? Maybe that's something that we can also share with our MPs.
So I think in preparation for Malaysia's reporting to the convention, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, our NGO partners, CSO partners on child rights, as well as with a special report from the children themselves, we too presented a report to the committee to consider. And, as our esteemed speaker, Mikiko, just said, there have been a lot of progresses made by Malaysia, for a start, quite apart from the establishment of the official Office of Child Commissioner. We've also got a children's department, for example. We are moving forward in terms of having special areas and kind of processes to elicit evidence of children. So the laws have been changing as well in terms of the Evidence of Child Witness Act. But I think our focus here today has been with regards to some of the gaps and how we can perhaps help Parliament and parliamentarians move forward in terms of ensuring that the right kind of processes in terms of child participation in lawmaking and policymaking, as well as the right kind of resources in terms of budget allocations are provided for children. So, yeah, we have made progresses, but I think we would like to also see how we can do better and support parliamentarians in doing better.
Hello. The reason I asked that, we really need the data. With the data, then only we can debate, then only we can voice it out in the parliament. Where's the gap? Then we can help to assist, to push your agenda with the government of the day. If we do not have the data, it's very difficult for us to, to assist in the fight for these children's rights.
We're actually given reports, the report that Nadia was mentioning. We've actually given reports to all the parliamentarians, but what we will do is make sure perhaps that reports go out again. We have them on QR code, so perhaps before the end of the session we can try and get the QR code and put it up for soft copies you can download the soft copies from that.
Thank you.
But we already have these two reports with the data.
Thank you.
So thank you, Senator. So one of the things that we will do by the end of today, we will also share the QR code for the report that was on status of the children in Malaysia, that was done across the country with the assistance of not only supportive members of parliament, CSO, and the youth and the children themselves. So we will share that QR code by the end of the day for the benefit of everyone. Now I'm excited to share that we've got questions from the youth as well. So I'd like to invite our youth representative to ask a question. And there's another one on the side of our MPs. All right.
Hi, my name is Rakib. I am from the CCC. My question is simple. Since in Malaysia, we have the convention of the CRC, but it has clashed with quite a few laws, such as the Juvenile Justice and Judicial Whipping, CRC Article 37, under reservation, which bans all forms of torture, cruel, inhuman treatment, or regarding punishment. It clashes with, while the Child Act 2001 handles juvenile offenders through a rehabilitative lens, male children can still legally be sentenced to light judicial whipping up to 10 strokes under the Civil Criminal Procedure Code. So my question is, how should we implement the convention of the CRC more while quite a few laws are still clashing with it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Utami. A tough one for you to answer.
Thank you very much for sharing your concern and the questions. And as you said, very straightforward question, which is really the core of the whole discussion we are having today and tomorrow. You said very clearly there is a clash between the domestic legislation and the convention. And that convention article you mentioned has a reservation. So it is a serious challenge. And from children's point of view, why it is like this? Because the Malaysia ratified the convention. As I said, ratification means accepting formally the legal obligations under the convention, but it is reserved, and there is a clear conflict. So we first of all, my suggestions that we have to hear more clearly and directly from the children and youth
the adults may say why it is that so, and try to explain why we have to keep the reservations. But as a children, you learn about the convention, and very simply, as you said, very clearly why it is so. And for other children, it has to change. And that kind of very straight voice of the children come from the hearts of the children, should be heard more clearly, and not only heard, taken to be seriously considered. So this is my answer. It's not easy, again. It will not happen overnight. However, I say, and I have seen, always adults try to defend and justify and explain why it is so, why it is difficult. But engaging with the children, I heard very often very straight voices from the children. We cannot accept this. We have to change this. So I think the adults should take those voices come from the heart of the children who are affected by those legislation, take seriously. So of course, in Malaysia, you have to mobilize the conversation about the reservation itself, or not necessarily starting from the reservation, but you can start talking about why it is so bad for the children to have that. And if the adults feel convinced, then maybe it will be easier to remove the reservation. So not necessarily starting from the removal of the reservation, but going to the core of the problem. It is not good for the children. And it is, as you said, very simple. And if the older people feel, yes, it is, then we can change. So today, and also in my presentation, we talk a lot about the mechanisms and the procedures, the role of the parliaments. But at the end of the day, I believe all of us, if we think that, yes, we need that change, it can change. It can influence the parliament, because the parliament is a representative of the citizens, and citizens, of course, include the children. And the children's voices should move this, sort of obstacle. And so I support you, and I wish that will happen in Malaysia.
Thank you, Dr. Utami. Now, in the interest of time, and because the good YB had already raised his hands, we're going to allow for one last question before we close the session. And of course, in the breakout sessions or the break sessions later, feel free to also keep in touch with some of the speakers today, so you'll have to have a lengthier conversation. Dipersilakan, YB.
Thank you, Nadia, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Muhammad Naim, Dr. Mikiko. I'm one of the Senate members. Okay, just to clarify, I think the question raised by our son just now, with regard to the rectification that you mentioned, I think the Malaysian government took the stand to make certain reservation, not all reservation, in particular with regard to the Islamic matter when it comes to children. You see, Dr. Mikiko, when it comes to the Islamic jurisprudence, there are two main sources. The first one is the Quran, and the second one is the prophetic tradition. So when it comes to Quranic text, which has two categories, one is definitive, and most of the Quranic text is speculative in nature. So matters that involve children's rights that fall under the Quranic text, which is definitive, which is agreed upon by all the Muslim jurists. So there is no question of choosing either way. I'll give you, for example, Dr. Mikiko, with regard to the rights of, to determining the minimum age of marriage. whether the state wants to specify 16 or 18. This is a matter of the Quranic text or the prophetic traditions which falls under the category of speculative in nature. Now I've got to tell you, most of the Quranic and prophetic texts fall under this second category. And that allows the policymaker as well as the academia to choose which is the best, because of the speculative nature of the Quranic text, that has resulted in differences of opinion. And the current government, vis-a-vis, in connection with the CRC, is given an opportunity to choose the best opinion, which is suitable to be applied in Malaysia. So in that sense, Dr. Mikiko, you see that Islam is not very rigid in that nature, because most of the Quranic and prophetic texts, they fall under the second category. But if the prophetic tradition falls under the first category, where most of the scholars says, al-ahkam al-muttafaqa alayha bayna ahli al-ilmi, views or texts which is agreed by all the Muslim jurists. There is no dispute, there is no second opinion. I'll give you an example. Upholding justice. When Allah mentions in the Quran, وَإِذَا حَكَمْتُمْ بَيْنَ النَّاسِ أَن تَحْكُمُوا بِالْعَدْلِ. When you judge among people, then you judge with justice. So upholding justice is a Quranic text that falls under the first category, which is definitive. In other words, you cannot promote injustice, because promoting injustice means you go against the definitive text. So that's basically my explanation as to why the Malaysian government takes a stand that there are few certain matters that involve children's rights that fall under that definitive text, which we take a view that there's no way. But you see, most of that, to me, just to let you know, I was the chief judge of the Sharia court before. So I was involved, for example, in promoting and ensuring that children's rights are well protected. I give you examples. In 2010, for example, we had a problem where fathers, the recalcitrant fathers, who refused to pay maintenance despite the fact that Muslim judges have issued a maintenance order. So we have in 2008 around more than 12,000 maintenance orders that were not obeyed by the recalcitrant fathers. So I remember in 2010 we set up called in Malay, which is Bahagian Sokongan Keluarga, within the Sharia court to assist the children. You see, we appointed about 6 officers to ensure that these children's maintenance are paid by the recalcitrant father. So that shows you the extent of how we do. And then, of course, before I sit down, I think Ms. Sharmila mentioned about this introduction. My hope that the 2-day symposium that we have must also cover the development that take place in the Sharia courts. You see, because as far as Malaysian law is concerned, we practice dual legal system. We have the civil courts that looks into the protection of the children's rights for non-Muslims, and we have also Sharia courts that looks into the mechanism and ways and means how to ensure that the interests of the children, the Muslim children, are protected. So to me, Dr. Miko, if we focus in this symposium just to look at the CRC, okay, to the exclusion of the Sharia matters, that means you are excluding 7 million of the Muslim children who are taken care of by different segments of institutions. So I hope in order to ensure, because Shamila mentioned, His Excellency mentioned, YBU mentioned about ensuring that this 2-day symposium become effective, then to me, my personal view is it has to cover. It has to cover because the majority are the Muslim children. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abu Naim. Now, unfortunately, would you like to? Yes, please, proceed.
Thank you very much for very informative sharing the information what is happening in the Sharia courts and also how the Sharia law should be come into the discussion for this today's and tomorrow. I fully agree with you. It's so important, and this is also for the challenge for the Convention on the Rights of the Child or the Committee on the Rights of the Child, because as you said that there are population of Muslim, and how some challenges with the Sharia law, with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, how the committee can better address these issues. And I'm already out of the committee, but I have to say that the committee members also should understand how the Sharia law is interpreted and works in the country. So thank you very much. I would love to have more time to hear from you, maybe at lunchtime or while I'm here this week. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause to everyone who participated. Now, Aiden, with your permission, allow me to summarize a little bit about the conversation that we had. We had a robust conversation earlier with Puan Pato talking about constitutional rights, children, and the role of the monarchy and the realities on the ground between harmonization of national sovereign laws with international declarations. And then we, of course, had the question from Puan Asha Lim from the Malaysian Association of Social Workers, who were talking about what are some of the models globally that are present in terms of best practices, especially in countries that have a dichotomy or divergence in how social workers' professions are being managed. And clearly we know that there has not been a single country that has, I suppose, become the gold standards. We also know that in May, the country report for Malaysia also highlighted some reservations. We know that in most countries there are insufficient number of social workers to the number of population as well as the challenges on ground. Then we had YB Senator Pele Tingom, who represented Borneo, thank you so much, and also highlighted the fact that, while we have the state reports for our members of parliament and parliamentarians to be able to advocate better for the issues surrounding children, there needs to be more hard data. And I'd like to perhaps invite our researchers and our academicians and our multi-stakeholder partners in this room today to perhaps collaborate for PPPPP, People-Private Partnership for Peace and Prospect and Impact. So that would be able to make better not only legislations, but also impact on the ground. Then we had Encik Rakib from the CCC, who poignantly highlighted that we have a clash between aspirations and the laws on the ground. He highlighted several laws, not only those that are relating to the boy-child, but also in other efforts that are not necessarily incongruent with religious matters in the country. That was then followed up by the questions from YB Muhammad Naim, who was talking about not only Islamic jurisprudence, but how do we ensure that our conversations on child rights and legislation in Malaysia is not going awry and separate from the conversations of Islamic jurisprudence in the country. He highlighted also that Islam also has the best interest of the child enshrined in many different ways in the way we look at building a society. And if I may, actually, I think in Surah Al-Isra, ayat 70, verse Surah 17, verse 70, we also talk about karamah, which is the dignity. And we believe that in Islam, every single human being, irrespective of religion, creed, and background, have dignity. And it's something that we should uphold. So thank you very much for highlighting that. Therefore, Aiden, over to you.
Thank you, YB, delegates, and youth, for your wonderful and insightful introductions and questions. You are most welcome to reach out and engage Dr. Mikiko and all the other speakers throughout the day on their professional networks. With that, we draw our second session to a close. Thank you for the cooperation and insightful discourse on this session. Our last session for this morning will be led by Professor Dr. Tan Leofart, Professor of Children's Right, UNICEF Chair in Children's Right, Head of the Department of Child Law and Health Law, Leiden University, for the first 20 minutes of the session, and will be continued by Ms. Rehanna Dole, Program Manager, UNICEF Chair in Children's Right, for the remaining 20 minutes. With that, I would like to invite both speakers onto the stage.
Greetings from Leiden University. It's an absolute privilege to be here. Distinguished members of parliament, senators, many other experts, colleagues, friends, alumni also of my university. It is a wonderful privilege to be here with you today. And thank you very much indeed for the invitation to speak to you about a project that is very dear to us, legislative reform. And as came out already this morning, legislative reform is essentially about bridging aspirations with local realities. And I think legislation is a critical step in an attempt to operationalize international children's rights, international human rights of all our children. So thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you today. And we have actually prepared a joint presentation, Rihanna Dole and myself. So if that's okay in terms of time management, we would like to continue with one presentation, which will be brought to you by both of us. We are asked to reflect with you on the key elements of a children's rights-based approach to legislative reform. And if we can go to the next slide, I would like to show you what we anticipate to discuss with you. Well, it's not there yet, so I will tell you. But we would like to take you, first of all, to a website that we have built to guide states throughout the world through the process of legislative reform. And legislative reform for children means that it has to be child rights based. There's the presentation. So if we can go to the next slide, please, that would be absolutely wonderful. So we would like to take you to that platform to show it to you and to also give you some of the background. So what is a child rights based approach to legislative reform, and why is it important to engage in a child rights based approach to legislative reform? And after that, we will take you into the more of the specifics of this child rights-based approach by highlighting what we identify as the key elements, and hopefully that will support provide the foundation for our discussions this afternoon and also tomorrow. And we are building up on what Dr. Mikiko already discussed with you this morning as well. So I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Rihanna Dole, who will take you through the first steps, and then I will be back to discuss the key elements with you. Thank you. Rihanna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to everyone involved, and thank you for inviting us. It's a privilege to be here, and we hope that we could contribute in a way that's helpful for everyone here today. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So this provides you actually a little bit of a picture of our platform. So we developed in 2024, which actually started in 2022 at the request of UNICEF, to develop a platform on comprehensive legislative reform for children's rights. This we did together with University College Cork, based in Ireland. This was a long process because there is no one answer to this question of engaging in children's rights legislative reform, because every country has its own traditions, which also came out today. In Malaysia, there's a pluralist system where there's Sharia law, there's civil law, there's then international law. How do you bring all of that together in one platform which is usable across countries? And this was one of the challenges, what was ultimately the biggest challenge we had in the course of 2 years. We based this research actually on UNICEF's 2008 Handbook on Legislative Reform, which is also quite comprehensive, but it's made in the form of a handbook. But what we try to do at this request is to make a dynamic platform where we can keep the information up to date, and it will be updated on a periodic basis and usable and dynamic, like I said. So this platform is intended to be practical. Of course, it provides the substance for what children's rights legislative reform is. So what are the core principles, the standards enshrined in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, but also beyond that, looking at the broader framework of human rights as well. It's intended for states primarily, but that doesn't mean that other actors engaged or want to advocate for children's rights legislative reform cannot use it. It's made in a way that it can be used by a multitude of stakeholders. We try to provide also through this platform good examples. I think in this conversation this morning we heard a lot of questions. Do you have any examples? Are there any good practices? And in this platform, we try to provide a range of examples from different jurisdictions. But I want to highlight again, there is no one right answer. So even though we have provided examples, they're just illustrations that you can look at. But that doesn't mean you could apply it directly in your own context, because the context is equally and more important when engaging in legislative reform. So if we could move to the next slide, which is providing also a QR code. So if you can, you could also scan it and go on to see the platform. I kindly ask the brothers over there if you could click on the link so that we are then directed towards the website, so I could show the audience what it looks like. Yes, so this is the website, and as you can see, we have divided it across questions. So in the what section, you can see what is legislative reform, what is the core substance, what are the standards. Here we are looking at, like I said, the broader framework for international human rights. So it's not just focused on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, but we're looking at a broader range of instruments. We're also looking at regional instruments. So we have the African Union, the Council of Europe, the European Union. We're also looking at ASEAN and looking at how these instruments provide us relevant standards for engaging in children's rights legislative reform. And then you have the why section. Here we provide legal reasons as to why a state should engage in legislative reform, but beyond that also benefits that the state gains in engaging in comprehensive children's rights legislative reform. Then we have the who section. Here we list out the range of stakeholders that can be involved in legislative reform and what are their different roles and how can government, state parties work together with them, and also how they can engage in these processes. And then ultimately we have the how section on this platform, which is the more practical section of this platform, where you get guidance on how to actually engage in the process of legislative reform. Yeah, I think that's a quick summary of the platform. You can click on the different links and explore it on your own time. And if you have any questions, we will be there today and tomorrow to answer your questions. I would like to, in that case, move to the next slide, which is on the question of the children's rights-based approach to legislative reform. I would just like to lay down in the next few minutes, and I will hand over to Professor Liefard back again to go through the different elements of a children's rights-based approach. But to begin with, so what do we really mean when we say a children's rights-based approach to legislative reform? And this is one of the core questions that we try to answer within our platform. And this basically involves examining existing legislation or future legislation, programs, policies, and institutions affecting children's rights and bringing them in line with the CRC. And this process needs to be done comprehensively, and whatever law it is, because often, even if you do not see a specific law to be a children's rights law, it can ultimately be impactful on children's rights. So ultimately, the purpose is to bring all laws, whether they are about children or not, in line with the CRC, and this is what we call as the children's rights-based approach to legislative reform. So how can you do it? And we looked at many different ways different countries have engaged in this process. And what we saw was that most countries look at the CRC as a benchmark to establish different criteria. So the first one being, has legislation been adopted relating to the rights of the child in the CRC? So has there been any law relating to children's rights? And most states have some kind of law relating to children as a starting point, for Malaysia being the Child Act. And second, legislation should provide for that children's rights are respected, protected, and fulfilled. These obligations come out from the Article 4 of the CRC, which specifically say that states must engage in legislative reform as one of the implementation measures of the CRC. And moving on from that, general comment number 5, which Dr. Othani explained to you this morning as well, provides that states must engage in comprehensive and rigorous review of all its domestic legislation. So in doing that, they need to seek whether rights are respected, protected, and fulfilled. And ultimately, legislation should provide for effective implementation and enforcement. So it's not sufficient to just have law in paper. There must be avenues for children and those affected to seek remedies out of these laws that are being proposed and implemented. Next slide, please. So why engage in children's rights-based legislative reform? Of course, like I said, it is a legal obligation stemming from Article 4 of the CRC. Beyond that being a legal obligation, I think it's important to see that by doing this, what else do you achieve as a state party to the CRC? It provides, first of all, visibility in the national legal system. When rights are reflected in domestic law, they become more accessible to judges, lawyers, policymakers, professionals, children, and families. And it ultimately provides avenues at the domestic level for children. And that, I think, is the ultimate goal of any state party, to benefit its children. And third, legislative reform can strengthen the capacity of the judiciary. It can, when you have incorporated this Convention on the Rights of the Child in your legislation, it directly gives them the toolbox that they require to implement the convention, to implement the convention, but to also understand children's rights in a broader sense. We talked about how Sharia courts may want to deal with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, but to begin with, do they even have access to this toolbox if it's not provided as part of your legislation? And finally, I would like to make this point that throughout our research in the 2 years, what we found was that, yes, what is ultimately in the text of the law is very important. As legal scholars, as lawyers, that's so important, and we see the importance of that. But what our research actually showed us was the process itself was the most important, because the awareness, the discussions, and the conversations you have around these topics is what actually leads to impact and implementation at the end of the day. So both substance and the process is equally important. And I would like to hand over to Professor Liefert, but I would just like to say one last thing, which was based on our research. So he will be presenting now key elements of a children's rights-based legislative reform. And how did we come about these elements was through our research, but also because many states, many UNICEF country offices, they wanted one right answer to engaging in children's rights legislative reform. But unfortunately, there is no one right answer. But what we could provide ultimately is a set of key elements that you can use across different processes. So I hope it's helpful, and we will be available to answer any questions later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. So please allow me to take you into these key elements. So if we can go to the next slide, then you can see which key elements we have identified. And some of you resonate with what Dr. Mikiko was talking about, the general principles of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Of course, including the pivotal role of the best interest of the child as a primary consideration in all our actions concerning or impacting children. But there's quite a number of other elements that we should take into account when we work on legislation, and to make sure that the legislation is aligning well with the very core of international children's rights. So there's 8 elements that I would like to briefly discuss with you, and it starts with the definition of the child. I would like to say a few words about universality of rights, because that is always an issue to discuss and to consider also as legislators. Children's rights are interrelated, interdependent, and indivisible. What does that mean, and how should we look at that? And then, of course, we also need to be very certain about our approach towards children as rights holders. This was mentioned already, but it's important to see it also as a key element of your legislative strategy at the domestic level. And then I would like to take you to the general principles and add a few more, in particular also the recognition of children's evolving capacities, and then also access to justice and effective remedies. And then I would like to close with some reflections on the process. And as Rihanna was already saying, the process is also equally important, but maybe more interestingly, it can also be a process through which you create more of a culture with respect for the rights of all children within your domestic jurisdiction. So please allow me to go to the first one, and that's the definition of the child on the CRC. Next slide, please. The definition is provided by international law, and it is to be found in the first article of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and it basically advocates for the inclusion of any person under the age of 18 in your domestic strategy when it comes to the rights of children. There is, however, some leeway for states to define childhood in that sense in a different manner. But at the same time, this is the text of the convention that dates from the 1980s, we have also seen a lot of development in this particular area. And an important development is to be found in the Committees of the Rights of the Child's General Comment number 20 on the rights of children. And the key message that the CRC committee actually sends us in this particular general comment is that we should actually make sure that we adequately protect the rights of all children under the age of 18. And that has a number of implications, but it basically sends out this core message that all children within this time frame, birth up until 18, are equally relevant and have the same entitlements. And that resonates very, very well with one of the general principles of the CRC, which is about non-discrimination. States do, however, commonly use different kinds of age limits to regulate different elements of their legal system. And a very good example, of course, is related to accountability. Civil liability, for example, often comes with different age limits, and there's, of course, also the minimum age of criminal responsibility. So if we go to the next slide, the Convention on the Rights of a Child doesn't say that you can't use age limits. Age limits may also be very useful, right, to also order your legal system and to organize yourselves around it. Legal ages can also contribute to equality and also legal certainty. So equal treatment under the law. So it is really important not to disregard age limits, which distinguishes between different groups of children. And that also reflects reality. There is no such a thing as the child. The child goes through all kinds of developmental stages in a rather short period of time. So you have the just born baby, and you have the maturing adolescent and everything in between. So one question for a legislator, of course, how do you organize yourself around this? And one way of doing that is through age limits. But you have to justify age limits very, very carefully. So age limits must be necessary, bearing in mind the aim you are upholding. It should be appropriate, it should be consistent, and we see a lot of inconsistency when it comes to age limits in many jurisdictions around the world, and ultimately it must also be rights compliant. And the rights compliance is very much related to the core foundations of human rights of children: dignity, equality, and, as was also mentioned, justice. So you have to also speak in a way the language of dignity, respect for children, justice and equality. And through that lens, you can also carefully scrutinize age limits and age limits acceptability, so to say. Well, there's two examples I can give you. One is the minimum age of criminal responsibility, very contested throughout the world. But the Committee on the Rights of a Child, on the basis of all the growing body of knowledge that we have about development of children and their accountability and also their capacity to understand what is at stake, the capacity of children to understand also the processes they go through. On the basis of that, the Committee on the Rights of a Child has clearly advocated for the minimum age of criminal responsibility of 14, which for quite a number of states in the world is relatively high. But it's definitely it's meant to serve as an incentive to increase your age rather than to lower it. And another example is, and that's a different age, and that's also a very relevant one for Malaysia, is the minimum age of marriage. And there the committee clearly advocates for an 18 years age limit, which basically is built on the experience that lower age limits generally tend to be very impactful in a negative way for children. So in order to secure that all children can benefit from their rights, also including the right to education, for example, but also the right to health, this is the age limit that is advocated for. So it's very important for legislators to define your age and to make sure that you have a clear definition when you talk about children, and international law can guide you there. The second element is the issue of universality of children's rights. And this is a very important matter, because this is bringing us into the dynamic around what these international norms represent and to what extent is there room for local diversity or cultural diversity or even religious diversity. And universality means, and you can see it here on the slide, it's really a matter of respecting human beings in their humanity, with their human dignity. And universality in that sense means that human beings are endowed with equal human rights simply by virtue of being human. And there it doesn't really matter where you live, or for children where you grow up, or where you go to school, where you try to survive, or where you play. It's because you are a human being, you are entitled to be seen as such, right? And that is the notion of universality. This is not to say that implementation of international norms is not a matter of localizing these norms, right? And also doing that within the local context. But it is underscoring this very core point that everyone has the same rights because we share one thing, and that is that we are human beings. And that is equally true for children, and it's within the group of children equally true for any child, whether you're a girl, or whether you're stateless, or whether you're a migrant, or whether you fled from war and conflict. It doesn't matter, because you share being a human. So it directly relates to these foundational notions of human dignity and justice and equality and respect, ultimately, for being human. Universality of rights has two implications. And one is related to process. And when it comes to the process of legislation and drafting of legislation, it basically means that the universality implies a very comprehensive and inclusive approach. So you should have representatives from different minority groups, for example. You could consider including many different stakeholders, and many of the relevant stakeholders are also here with us today. But it also, for example, includes young people and children themselves. So universality in that sense is really providing us with a reason to make our process, our legislative process, inclusive and meaningful for every stakeholder in your country. That is also the place to discuss then also different cultural beliefs and values and perceptions. And universality can help us, I think, to bring us into the domain of one narrative around human beings. Substantively, it has also implications. It basically means that you have to acknowledge that all children matter and that children's rights play a role in every matter impacting children, whether it's directly or indirectly. It's about promotion, respect for all children within the spirit of the Convention on the Rights of a Child as a whole. We often hear that there should not be a choice between rights. And that relates to the next slide, please. And that's the interrelatedness, the interdependence, and indivisibility of rights. And we hear this a lot, but it's not always so easy to operationalize, because it basically means that we have to acknowledge that human rights are not just about services to children or basic rights related to education, health, and social security, but that it's also about political rights and civil rights, like privacy, for example, freedom of religion, right? So it's really important to acknowledge the comprehensive nature of human rights of children, and also not to prioritize some rights over the other. So the interrelatedness, interdependence, and indivisibility is basically putting a lot of pressure on legislators, because it basically means that you have to work on everything at the same time. And therefore, comprehensive legislative reform is so important. These principles, therefore, must also guide legislative reform. So if we go to the next slide, we see that we have to think big. We have to use this comprehensive lens to all our efforts. And of course, practically, you may want to prioritize also certain areas over the other, but the foundation of all rights have to be found in domestic legislation, and that is a role that Parliament has to play. Also, reviewing legislation should be part of a comprehensive approach towards children's rights. And that basically means, and one of the questions this morning from one of the young persons in the room already alluded to that, is that you may have to review other legislation if, in order to make sure that there is no disconnect between the different laws and legislation you have in your country serving children's rights directly or indirectly. This is also an incentive to look at children's rights in relation also to the human rights of others. So it's a very, in a way, a comprehensive responsibility we have to acknowledge under this particular key element. And that all relates to the fourth key element of legislative reform, and that is the basic foundation of all our discussions today and tomorrow, and that's that we have to recognize children as rights holders. So if we go to the next slide, Dr. Otani already said that this is not so, it has not been so self-evident. If we look at the history of children's rights development internationally, we come from a time where we were primarily looking at children as being needy and as being dependent and as being vulnerable. And that is definitely important. Children are vulnerable in many different ways, and their vulnerability changes also in accordance with their development and their evolving maturity. But children are much more than that. Children are not just vulnerable. They are to be seen as human beings to start with. And that is a completely different way of looking at children. And it impacts everything. It impacts the way we look at their engagement with social media, with their peers, with schools, with when they break the law, when they are victims of rights violations, of violence, for example. It is not just a matter of seeing them in their vulnerability. It's primarily a matter of seeing them as equal rights holders. And that has implications for legislative reform in different ways. So we should recognize children as rights holders as part of our comprehensive efforts. Legislation must also explicitly recognize it, and it's not a bad idea to maybe make it very explicit in your legislation that is your point of departure. And constitutions in that regard can also very well help to affirm this very core notion of children's rights. All right, let me take you to another set of elements, and they could be brought under one umbrella, and that is the 4 general principles of the Convention. So this is something that has been advocated for by the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and it has received a lot of attention over the years. But when we talk about children's rights, we are talking about specific rights of children, but they are always in one or the other way linked to these 4 provisions in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So one is non-discrimination, also preventing inequalities and addressing more equality among children. And that's true for all children within the jurisdiction, and therefore it doesn't matter whether you're a national or whether you have citizenship or whether you are liked or not or whether you're seen as a problem in your communities. All children matter. They are all to be seen as human beings. The second, best interest of the child, something that it has been fully recognized in this country as well, also in case law, as we have seen. Also from Malaysia coming important case law, but it's really about us adults opening up to the best interest of the child and asking that very fundamental question, where are the best interests of the child, and how do we make sure that both in our processes as well as in the implementation of our efforts, children's rights matter and are of a primary consideration. They put a lot of weight on our shoulders, so to say, and we have to make sure that we understand what is in the interest of children, and the very core foundation is respect for human rights. The third principle, the right to life, survival and development, recognizes not only this fundamental right to life, but also that children evolve and develop, and that their development has to be, harmonious and healthy, so that they ultimately can become independent adults in their society, in our joint society. Today, we look at this also in relation to the many generations of children that are there to come. So it's much more a matter of today of intergenerational justice. And fourth, the right to be heard. Children have the right to be involved in decision-making that is about them, that affects them, that may even be initiated by them, but it's really about us adults to ensure that they are heard and taken seriously. So the following element is recognizing children's development, and in relation to that, their evolving capacities. And that has direct implications for those who are legally or otherwise responsible for their upbringing. Parents in particular, but it could also be members of the family or members of the extended family. So a rather broad approach to the child's relationship to those who care for them, and that also to be seen in light of their rights and their emerging autonomy. Well, there's much that can be said about this, but it basically means that it's not just only about children, but we also have to think about ways and means for children to take autonomous decision, even if adults don't like it, or even if we are struggling to accept decisions or behavior of children. And so this is a very dynamic feature in legislation, stemming from this international legal framework, but it's really meant to be dynamic, so that you can also tailor the legislative framework to specific decisions, for example, in the medical domain, or in relation to schools, or in relation to accountability. So this is a very important feature, and it's not only about acknowledging children's evolving and emerging autonomy, but it's also about thinking how to make sure that children are adequately and appropriately guided in making decisions that are about them. A very important key concept that has implications for both process and substance of your legislative reform, and in our view it's also a key reason to include children as citizens in the legislative reform process. Another important element, the seventh one, and as you know I was supposed to speak about 8, so there's 2 more to go. So the seventh one is about access to justice, and the word justice was mentioned already this morning. I was very pleased to hear it, because it's really ultimately about delivering. It's about delivering fair and equal treatment with respect for children's human dignity. So if we can go to the next slide. It is an important element of the realization of children's rights, is that we make sure that if rights are being violated, that children have means to access justice and seek effective remedies. And this is a topic that has received a lot of attention in the recent years, internationally and also regionally, and to some extent also domestically. And it's really, you could say, a final step in all our implementation efforts to realize children's rights. It's really about ultimately holding duty bearers to account. And of course, the key duty bearer is the state, but there's many other duty bearers, of course. We are also today thinking much more about the role and responsibilities of businesses, for example, or service providers. Now, what if children's rights are not respected? There should be means to access justice and effective remedies for rights violations. And that is a matter of accountability. It's a bit implicit in the Convention on the Rights of a Child, but it's part of the emerging agenda around access to justice for children. And as we speak, and we will talk about that later this afternoon, next slide please, the Committee on the Rights of a Child is drafting a specific general comment on access to justice and the right to an effective remedy. We expect this general comment to come out later this year, and I will talk a bit more about that in the afternoon. But accountability is also having implications for legislative reform. The next slide, please. And it basically means that also domestic legislation should provide for means to access justice for children and to seek effective remedies in case of rights violations. Think about the victim of domestic abuse. Think about the victim of online sexual harassment. Think about many other victims, and they are in need of justice and remedies, and domestic legislation should provide for avenues to seek. But children encounter many barriers when it comes to access to justice, and including legal barriers. For example, many children in the world do not have access to justice because they are considered to be immature, and they are in need of representation by parents. Well, for example, in South Africa, they changed the law to accommodate legal standing of children, to make sure that children can also independently access justice if there is a need to do so. For example, if those who are legally responsible for them cannot be seen as the ones who should represent them because of a collision of interest. So legislative reform should provide for ways to grant children access to justice and effective remedy. Of course, there also the role of judicial institutions come in, but you can think of many others, like a complaint mechanism at the children's ombudsperson, for example. That could also be a way to access justice. More about this in the afternoon. Finally, and with that I would like to also close, a key element of legislative reform, next slide please, is that the process should be very much child rights based and child rights informed. It is a collaborative, multi-stakeholder process. Also, the primary responsibility lies with the legislator, but of course a legislator doesn't function in isolation, so there's many other stakeholders to be informed, and that should ideally also be part of a national strategy around the rights of the child. That national strategy is also to be used also to maybe promote children's rights more comprehensively in and around legislative reform processes. Child participation has to be part of that, and so is evaluation and monitoring. And I can talk a lot about this, but one key element there is the child rights impact assessment that you may have heard of, and Dr. Mikiko already referred to it. And it's a process that is really essentially about asking the question, what is the impact of our policies, legislation, and other actions on children? And the child rights impact assessment essentially means that you ask in advance the question of what the impact is going to be of your efforts to legislate or to develop policies. And it provides you with a tool to ask the critical questions and also to pave the way to evaluate your efforts afterwards. So the child rights impact assessment is really a very useful tool to ask the right questions when it comes to child rights and legislation, and to give yourself an opportunity to review that afterwards. So what are the key takeaways? If I may use 10 seconds. So if we go to 2 slides further, please. Yes, the key takeaways. Legislative reform should clearly define what the child means and should build itself on the guidance provided by international law, basically securing an equal protection under the law for every child because they are a human being. Recognize the key principles of the Convention on the Rights of a Child, so the general principles, but also the recognition of children's emerging autonomy. Recognize children as rights holders, because it makes very clear to us that that is our responsibility. That's something we should do, not because we like it, or we prefer it, or we see a need. No, it's really because children are entitled to it. It's all about ensuring protection, granting children access to justice, and ultimately delivering remedies where needed. It's a matter of accountability. And make sure that the process of legislative reform is also child rights based, so that you include also children as part of the process, basically meaning that the outcome of this process is supported by the most important stakeholders, and that is our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, speakers. We'd like to invite you to remain on stage for the question and answer session.
Now we would like to open the floor for any questions to be made. Microphones are prepared at the middle of the stage. And once again, kindly introduce your name, organization, and keep your questions direct and simple.
So we have the first question over there, and then we've got Prof. Teguh at the back, and we've got Zikin here, and we've also got Jessie. Okay, there's 4 questions running already. We're going to have an interesting session. Over to you.
Okay, good morning. Salam sejahtera, Salam Malaysia Madani. My name is Teo Aihua. I'm a lecturer in social work from University Utara, Malaysia. I'm also the current president of the Malaysian Association of Social Workers. So thank you for enlightening us on what they call the child rights-based reform. I think, Prof, you have mentioned about, have to look at all sort of angles. And I particularly want to look to address on what you highlighted on the relationship between the rights between the child and the parents, and as well as the accountability, how to assist children to access to justice and remedy. And you can see that in many cases, the workforce dealing with children are not really being regulated very clearly, especially in Malaysia. Okay, we talk about social care, care for children, what are the qualifications of the workforce. We are looking at social workers who are working with children and their family, going through very complicated systems, organizations. So that is where the association has been fighting for the government and urging the government to establish the Social Work Profession Bill or the law, Social Profession Act. So this is something that we think that this is essential, because for the social workers, we are not just, but I like what you presented, that a child rights approach is cut across all systems. And I would like to thank you for addressing that. So I would like to urge all our parliamentarians, when the ministry, when the government is ready to table the social profession bill, please give it the support, because this is really a child rights-based approach to legislation reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teo. We have a question from Prof. Teguh earlier.
Thank you, Nadia. My name is Teguh. I'm a lecturer. I'm an associate professor in medicine in IMU University. I thank colleagues from Malaysian Rare Disease Society, which I've been involved for some time, for letting me know about this important event. My questions relates very much with what I'm currently doing in terms of developing a framework where we do a priority setting for children with rare diseases. So when it comes to rights, it's not only we also have then competing rights where other components or elements of the society also have rights. So this is where then priority setting becomes very important. Now, because I'm working on rare disease, then the priority setting becomes tricky, because then we are also have to think about the rights of children with other diseases as well, which is not rare. Although there is also justification in terms of that rare is not actually rare. If we have a cumulative epidemiology, that becomes a huge number, actually. And this is also something important, because we think that research is a very important entry point where care for, especially for people and children with rare diseases, can be taken into account. Like, for example, whenever we want to do a policy or we want to do some care implementation, care pathway implementations, we ask in terms of how many children suffer from the diseases. When we want to implement a particular therapeutic modality, we ask whether that is implementable in the healthcare system in Malaysia. So all those require research. And it's very sad to say that when we did our analysis earlier, that research on rare disease has been very much neglected, almost non-existent. It's not exclusive for Malaysia, but especially for lower and middle income countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Teguh. Before we open to the next set of questions, would you like to intervene?
Works now? Yes, now it works. Thank you.
Can we have another mic or assistance with the mic, please?
For now, yes.
Okay.
I think there's an issue with the battery. Thank you for both questions, of reflections as well. I think when it comes to delivering services to children, I think we should see it as part of our responsibility to deliver services to children. And in many ways, that can be a very challenging endeavor. And the quality of the service provided is very much dependent on the actual professionals. So the professionals should be able to do their work. And what we see in quite a number of countries in the world is that there is in general, there's an agreement that services should be provided and there should be some kind of child protection or family support. But then we stop and we don't really adequately think through what a professional needs to basically go into a family or into a community to deliver the actual services. And that can be a very, as you said also, a very challenging endeavor. So I think what we can expect from legislation is that there is a framework to protect social workers in doing that, in performing that important responsibility. And what we should realize is that they are performing our joint responsibility towards children. So in a way, we are expecting from that professional to deliver what we are supposed to do. And there you often see that, that social workers are very vulnerable and they are not adequately supported. Or they do not have the tools to, for example, report abuses that they see when they are doing their work. And that makes them very, very vulnerable, and as a result, they cannot deliver the quality or they cannot do what they feel they need to do. And that is, I think, an issue of concern. So I understand your call to the legislator to develop a framework that is actually supporting professionals in the difficult work they have to do. We see in other countries that sometimes the government, in a way, outsources certain service delivery to civil society or to private actors. And there you see the same kind of dynamic. So then it's not clear whose responsibility is what and what are the ways to basically protect the actual workers on the ground. And for everyone who has worked in these kind of situations, understands that it can be a very challenging task, and the stakes are high, right? In particular also for the children and families themselves. So thank you. I can only support your concern, and hopefully you find ways to address that further. Yeah. Then on the medical context, thank you also, colleague, for raising your question. And I think what is important, there were a number of things in your question that I could connect to, but one is the competing rights. So rights of one child and the rights of others, right? Or the right of the child and rights of adults or others in society. That is always a big challenge, and there's no easy answer to that. But I think it ultimately comes down to a justification for prioritizing one right of one right holder over the other. And there may it's a bit abstract the way I answer it now, but there may be situations in which you have to do that, or at least for a temporary period of time. So to make sure that you can actually ultimately uphold the rights of everyone, but justifying why you think that one rights holder needs priority over the other. And that is, I think, a very delicate exercise and can also cause all kinds of problems and also tensions for those who have to make that decision. So that's definitely not easy. But we have seen, of course, in many ways that rights are not absolute. So rights can be limited as long as there is a proper justification and legitimate aim, and the limitation is also proportionate. What you can expect, of course, from the legislator is that the legislator provides a framework within which you can actually make that assessment, and that starts by recognizing the rights and also by offering ways to challenge in a way, decisions that are limiting your rights. So that is also ultimately a matter of access to justice, but that is something to I think about in terms of the framework that you are also developing for this particular situation. Would you like to add, Rihanna?
Oh, yeah. Just maybe on the rare disease question, when you mentioned it, it came to me when we were engaging in research for this particular project, where people needed to, or states needed to prioritize things over the other. And one of the tools that are very helpful in this kind of decision making is the children's rights impact assessment. It need not just be used as a tool in legislative reform. It could also be beneficial to be used in any kind of policy, any kind of decision making that you make relating to children's rights. So when you are making these prioritizing decisions, you can see how ultimately it impacts all rights of the CRC. So it is a tool that can be quite helpful as well. So I kindly ask you to also look at our website, which provides a lot of tools for engaging in children's rights impact assessments as well. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Dr. and Ms. Ranado. Now, with the remaining time that we have, I would like to open the floor for the other two questions to be made from Zikin and also from Jesse.
Hi, my name is Aisha. I'm an academic fellow from Ahmad Ibrahim College of Law, International Islamic University. My question is this: when we talk about children generally, we are also talking about children with differently able, the neurodivergent. Okay, with the I think the increase of of the awareness of these children. How do we want to make sure that they are also inclusive in the legal framework when it comes to children's rights? Because they are, I mean, like in Malaysia, we acknowledge that there's still challenges to ensure the rights of the differently able and the neurodivergents in Malaysia. For example, the right for them to get insurance. Only recently they're talking about inclusivity in insurance, getting insurance. Before this, if you have like ADHD or you have like certain neurodivergence, you might not be able to get insurance for your children. So how do we make sure that this category of children are inclusive in the definition of children?
Thank you very much for this question. This is definitely a matter that goes to the core of the foundations of children's rights. This is about equality and inequality. It's about recognition of children because they are human beings and not because they have something or because they are a problem. But there is an issue, and that's not unique for this country. It's everywhere. We have an issue in recognizing children as children to start with. So we see children through the lens of their ability or disability, through their behavior, delinquent or not, through the fact that they were not born in our country, So we have a serious problem with recognizing children for the sake of being children. And this is what your question is about. It's about first recognizing that all children matter. It's one of the core values of international children's rights. And then secondly, what does that imply? It means that you have to accommodate children much more proactively. It basically means that you have to think about other ways of communicating with children who have a disability, for example, or are neurodivergent, because they may have difficulties in engaging with decision makers or with other children or with adults in a way that is seen as the usual way. So we have to be much more accommodating in our efforts to welcome all children to participate and to ultimately, of course, benefit from their rights altogether. So I hope this resonates with your question, but thank you for asking it, because I said the child does not exist. It's not just a matter of developmental stages that children go through. It's also about recognizing the diversity and the richness of the children's population in every country. It's rich. It's wonderful that we have so many diverse children in our societies, but why are we struggling so much by recognizing all children? And I think one of the problems, this is one of the big problems for us to address. And the legislator can guide us by affirming this core notion, by saying it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, or to which minority you belong, or whether you're able or disabled. You are a matter to us because you're a human being. That's the very core notion. And I think this is a shared notion, whether you're talking about a civil law system or Sharia law, or whether it's international law. This is a core notion. You see it. It comes up very firmly. But we also fail to meet this notion for various reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that we are standing between you and lunch, but in the interest of the questions that are coming from the youth, I hope we would be able to stay for a few more questions that are actually coming from the youths themselves today. So the first question is from Zikin, and Miss Lucy will be interpreting on his behalf.
My name is Ong Zikin, and I'm a deaf individual, and this is my question. If Malaysia continues to support or is committed to a rights-based child's right, why is it that we are not included sometimes when there is a legislation review or decision making? Because this is our life. We ourselves would like to voice our opinions and provide the feedback. All we ask, and more so with people who are marginalized or vulnerable, especially persons with disability, all we ask for is that you accommodate some of the needs of persons with disabilities. Like for me, it's with the sign language interpreter.
Thank you. So for those who are not familiar, this is how we clap in sign language. Okay. Would you like to answer the question and we take the second question?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, absolutely critical question, and this is a question that should be asked much more, because it's not matching, right? We sign up to a Convention on the Rights of a Child. We know about the general principles. There's no escape. It's everywhere. And yet we don't get closer to this idea of including all children as our citizens, right? So it basically shows us, I think, that we still look at children as different. And that is for a number of reasons understandable. But it's not inclusive, and we should understand that. And I was very inspired by a justice from the South African Constitutional Court. His name was Albie Sachs. And he wrote in one of his famous judgments of the South African Constitutional Court that there is really an incentive to include children in decision making. Because it's not just a matter of rights and upholding rights, it's also a matter of getting better decisions. Including children is enriching the conversation. And Rihanna and I, we work a lot on accountability. And accountability seems to be a very legal concept, and it is. But it's also a relational concept. It is about seeing the rights holder. It's about connecting as a duty bearer to the rights holder. And that's why we have to include children. Because children are the rights holders. So there's no way we can escape from them. But we have to make sure that all children can actually accept the invitation to be part of the conversation. So if it has to be in sign language, it has to be in sign language. if it has to be in a way that also a neurodivergent child understands it and can relate to it, it has to be in that way. The committee also calls for non-written communication, different creative ways to connect to children. It's an incentive, but it will make our decisions better. Thank you.
Jessie, would you like to ask your question?
Okay, good morning or good afternoon to the room. I know the time is really late. Very quickly, I am Jessie from the Suhakam Children's Consultative Council. And I think we're all aware that the Child Act 2001 proposes that children, or they recognize children as rights holders, right? And earlier you talked about the principle on universality rights. So that basically in a nutshell means that rights belong to everyone, regardless of their background, regardless of who they are, regardless of their age. But that would mean that meaningful participation in Malaysia would be fair to everyone. And still, children to this day are experiencing participation as something that's optional or something that only happens after decisions have already been made, after laws have already been written, after everything has already been passed. And so my question to you is, how can we make sure that, or what procedures can we take to make sure that children's views are actually listened to during these decision makings? And also, how can we as a community better, recognize that children today are not just future citizens, but we are equal right holders right now as we speak, as our voices are here today. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, no, it works. Thank you very much for the question. And I think this problem that you mentioned is not unique to the Malaysian context. I can relate to this from my own context, which is Sri Lanka, which is, I think, quite similar in culture and tradition and how society views children. And that's why I said at the beginning, there is this core message that I would like to give, which is, yes, the substance of the legislation is important. We need to recognize that children have a right to participate in matters that affect them in law. But beyond that, we need to create a culture of children's rights in our societies. We need to talk about it a lot more. And that's why the process is so important. And ultimately, if the process itself isn't children's rights compliant and it isn't adhering to children's rights, it won't deliver what we want in the long run. And that's I think, the core message that I would like to leave everyone here today with. The process is so crucial, and it has to be children's rights compliant.
I believe we have one last question from the floor.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Tilaga. My pronouns are they, them, she, her. And I'm with Justice for Sisters. I think mine is more of a reflection and an intervention based on the earlier session surrounding the conflict between the two systems. I think definitely when we are talking at the Sharia legal system, there are many provisions based on our research. There are many inconsistencies with the CRC as based on the 8 elements that were shared earlier. I think one of the major things that we are looking at is the definition of the child, because under the enactment, we see bale or puberty used as a yardstick to define who is a child and how the enactment applies to people. So definitely there are issues surrounding the definition of the child. While it is included within the Child Act, may not clearly be reflected within the Sharia criminal enactments, right? We also definitely see the issues surrounding universality and how it creates inequality between Muslim child and a non-Muslim child. And also, children rights-based reform process. We definitely welcome the Islamic departments and JAKIM's efforts to include Suhakam, OCC in lawmaking consultation, but we definitely think this process can be extended to human rights experts so that the process can be more inclusive, etc. And we also feel that in relation to the competing rights, OECHR has developed a lot of great tools, including Faith for Rights, that sort of deal with the tensions between freedom of religion and freedom of expression, freedom of religion, non-discrimination, and self-determination, etc. Right? Again, as Dato Naim's intervention earlier, we definitely see and welcome the developments in terms of harmonization, coordination with the Sharia systems, and also introduction of alternative punishments. But I think our key issue remains that the provision itself has not been reviewed. I think, as what folks have mentioned, we think it is high time to definitely look at an assessment, especially a child rights impact assessment of the Sharia provisions, right? Because what we are seeing is that while alternative punishments are introduced, pregnancy out of wedlock is still punished. And it's still punished with caning, for example. So definitely substantive review is something that we advocate for. And wait, let me scroll down while we... And I suppose, one last thing, this is also a recommendation that came out of the concluding observation to strengthen the full harmonization of the legislation, which is Child Act, with the compliance of CRC and optional protocols. So we definitely want to advocate for the child rights impact assessment and the full compliance with the CRC to happen soon. And this conversation is a timely effort for that. Thank you.
Would you like to comment on that before we draw to a close?
No, not really. I think, thank you for the reflection. And I think I'm happy to see that the elements that we presented connect to many of the concerns that you raise. I think it's also in that regard important to also assess the impact, the real impact of certain laws and legislation on children. And what you see is, of course, that an age limit as such, it's not alive, right? But if you go into the matter, then you see what the impact is. And the impact is exclusion, or a lack of access to education, or maybe unhealthy situations, right? So I think there you have to find a common ground. So don't fixate too much on the age limits as such. It's really about the impact of using age limits that is ultimately to be assessed. And what we learn from research that we do at the grassroots level is that at first sight there's a lot of tension between international norms and domestic norms, of local norms. But when you start talking about it, there is much more common ground. So you have to look for that common ground. What is it that we want to uphold for our children? Right? What are the principles that concerns us all? And what kind of legislative framework do we need to secure that for everyone? And we learned from this research on violence, for example, controversial topics around sexual health. At the grassroots level, there's much more common ground than you anticipate on at first sight. So please, that could be an avenue maybe to address it. But at the same time, I want to say that age limits are there also to protect. And that is something you don't want to negotiate, I think. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Seeing the time is very limited. However, Dr. Aisha has one more question. So if you may, you can ask your question, but please be very short and simple. Thank you.
Can we have could you come to the middle, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Asha, no doctor in front. Also from MASW, as I said earlier. I must thank the university and its partners for coming up with such an excellent framework for implementation at parliamentary level. But I wonder if the university would consider adding layers to this framework, because this framework just deals with legislative level, but Some decades ago, I was part of a research called the Access Initiative, and to ask whether laws in this country were transparent, they said, is there a law? Second level was, is there administrative processes? Third level was, do the public, or third or fourth levels, do the public have access and guidance in order to access these administrative processes to do it? So I would wonder whether in your child rights impact assessment, you would include these layers to dig deep further, because if you have a law and there is no information access and there is no guidance as to how to avail yourself of the administrative processes, then the law is de facto not helpful at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. It's such an important comment, right? So I think legislative reform is one of the tools to embed children's rights domestically. And, you know, there's many reasons for doing it, but there's also a reason that is very basically about bringing standards, international standards, closer, right? So really connecting to the local realities. But of course, much more is needed. So you need to understand, let me rephrase. If you want to understand the added value of legislation, you need to understand the processes around it. So if you really want to assess the impact of your child rights efforts, you need to understand the administrative processes. You need to understand the experiences of citizens with these processes. And therefore you need much more research, right, to really understand that dynamic. But I think it starts by acknowledging that legislation is part of a comprehensive approach towards children's rights implementation, and that's what we also acknowledge on our website. So we also say that you have to understand the dynamics around legislation. But of course, at the same time, you can't do without a comprehensive legislative framework, which also defines the core standards for a domestic jurisdiction. But thank you very much for your comments. It's really important to go deeper than legislation only. Yeah.
Right. With that, a big round of applause to everyone that participated today. We had a really robust discussion. If I may, we had Mr. Teo from MASW that was talking about parent, children, and relationship in terms of accountability and justice. We had Prof. Teguh that talked about prioritization of rights, especially for the vulnerable population. We then had Dr. Aisha, who spoke about recognition and determination, especially for the neurodiverse and the PWD community. That was then followed through by a question by Zikin in terms of accessibility and participation that's meaningful for persons with disabilities and complex medical needs among the youth themselves. Then we had Jessie from the OCC who was talking about meaningful participation and how this can be translated not just in terms of policies and laws, but also in norms that we see impactful on the ground. Tilaga then added on in terms of the conflict and competing rights that we see, not only the civil justice, but also in the religious reforms that we're looking at and whether it is moving fast enough. And Asha then layered on the question on how do we look at child rights impact assessment beyond just the initial framework into something that's more meaningful. I want to thank everybody that's here today for the first half of the day, especially our participants who are watching online, because Parliament has also been kind enough to share their Parliament Online network to allow us to be able to reach more people outside, so as part of our inclusivity. Now, for those of you who are staying with us on the second half of the day, please be informed that you will need to come back here promptly at 2:15 as we aim to start at 2:30. Lunch will be served at Tier 1, where we're at here right now. And for those who are interested to perform their solah later, there is a designated surau on level 1 at this very building. So lunch is at Tier 1 of the banquet hall, and surau is at level 1 of this particular building. Of course, don't forget to check out the booths that are behind and some of our CSO partners. Also link up to the academicians and the MPs that are here. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at 2:15. Thank you.